Welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker, and here we are in not Age of Wonders 4, Endless Space 2. Bruno, is the audio mix there okay for you? I want to make sure that the music is coming through here in the stream, because the music in Endless Space 2 is absolutely fantastic, and I do want to make sure that it's part of what we're doing. I know why the chat window isn't appearing for me. I think I need to make this. Is there a way to make this actually windowed? If there's no way to make this windowed, then I'm gonna have to open my phone and just like keep an eye on chat that way. Yeah, it looks like I'm just gonna have to do that. Oh wait, was that a display option? Display mode, full borderless window apply. Let's do that. There we go. Perfect. All right, good. And I see Bruno, so everything is good. Fantastic. All right, so Endless Space 2. Endless Space 2 is a 4X by Amplitude Studios. We've done a little bit with Humankind on the channel before. That's another game by the same company. But this, I think, is probably their masterpiece. This is one of my favorite 4Xs of all time. It's really, really good, but it has been held back by some bugs. But fortunately for us, as recently as this March, Amplitude Studios released the Reawakening patch. The Reawakening patch went through and like updated a lot of their DLC, fixed some of the netcode bugs. So I'm hoping that what we can do in the future is wrap some of my my real life friends in and play a multiplayer game of Endless Space 2, because I've got a faction and we can do some pretty fun storytelling things. But in order for you to understand Endless Space 2, I think that it is useful if you've played a little bit of Age of Wonders 4. Because in the chat box is showing in stream just temporarily for the beginning, Aaron, because we're going to be popping over to watch 2 of the intro videos in just a moment. And then hopefully I'm going to remember to like filter the display to the bottom so that way the chat isn't coming through. But I think in order to understand the way the mechanics of this game work, you kind of do need to understand the lore of this universe. So the lore here inside Endless Space 2, I'm not like a versed master on. I don't want to pretend like I know everything about this lore, because the lore is simultaneously unique to every single culture, with lots of their own quests and goals and economies, and asymmetries whenever it comes to their actual mechanics. Like if you've played Root, then you understand asymmetry pretty well, but like some of these factions do not play at all like the other ones. And part of that is because of the nature of this galaxy. At one point there were these virtual endless, these this supreme alien that kind of like controlled the galaxy, and then they vanished. And so this is a universe where there's like a massive power vacuum, and you and all of the other players within this universe are trying to like reassert control and become, big players on the galactic map. But I think specifically we should probably take a look at these two intro videos that I think are just really crucial. Specifically the intro for the Cravers and the intro for the Lumeris. So let's start with the intro for the Cravers, simply because this is going to help us understand that specific universe without the powerful Endless around. And I think I can even, I'm just going to minimize the chat window while we watch this prologue video, and then we'll talk about it a little bit and how it frames everything.
We were already hungry when they created us.
So the Cravers here are like a biomechanical super weapon created by the Endless, as the Craver Hive Mind will tell us here in a moment. I also think that just like generally speaking,
They gave us one purpose: to destroy planets. Over and over and over. Even abandoned by our masters, our hunger still remains.
So, like, one of the things that I think is just fantastic about this is that, the music really is just amazing. And one of the things that I think is really cool about the game itself is that Endless Space 2, the Cravers prologue theme, when you're playing as the Cravers, you kind of have that music there as a constant motif playing in the background and helping to frame things. But the Cravers are going to be like, not, we might lock in a Cravers for our game with Horatio, simply so that way it's a little, the Cravers are a pretty scary faction to face in multiplayer because they have a really great economy. But like overall, you should understand that these aliens, you know, they were aware of the presence of the Endless, and those were incredibly important in the formation of their early cultural development. But it wasn't like that was the only thing that mattered, because in this universe there's another thing that's like kind of persistent in Amplitude games, not just in Endless Space 2 but also in Endless Legend and in the Endless Dungeon game, if you've played that new one. But dust is simultaneously like a form of currency but also a magical artifact, and in this universe it's intrinsically linked to the Endless. But the dust is like pervasive in this universe, and it has a massive influence on, for instance, the Lumeris, but also on every economy once we jump into playing with Horatio, which is who we're going to be playing with today. But I think the Lumeris prologue also just does a great job of highlighting what the dust is really about here in this universe.
That's why we have codes.
To work together. You don't steal the fish from somebody else's plate.
That's, whoever came up with that line is a genius. That's the best idiom I've ever heard an alien say in a video game.
He'd take risks. Break the rules that tied my hands. But he ignores the codes. Goes overboard.
And dust, powerful stuff.
No personal use.
So we collect it, invest it.
And he misuses dust.
Yeah, he does.
Complaints get handled here.
Not in back alleys.
Applies, shall we say, unnecessary force. Maybe he knows dust, but I know the families. And I need both of those to take the galaxy.
All right, so that I hope is enough to like frame for you kind of the mechanical background as well as the lore background of this universe here. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna move display capture to the bottom, so that way hopefully the little chat box disappears and we can get into what we're actually doing today, which is introducing the game just like all the way from the ground up. That means that we are going to have to cover some things that are a little more basic, but I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the things that like I don't think are mechanically but not obvious. I'm going to assume that everyone here at home can read. So like I'm not going to mouse over all these things and describe everything in exhausting detail, but we will talk largely about like the big strategic choices you need to make. So here we're going to be playing with Horatio. Horatio is one of, as the game identifies here, one of the easier factions to understand. Oh, you know, the music isn't coming through, Walker, because you turned the master volume off so it wouldn't compete with the videos. But now the videos are gone, so you can turn those back on. All right, so Horatio is sort of like, as our intro will show us, he's sort of what if the Borg were kind of silly and narcissistic and self-obsessed, rather than being, you know, like a terrifying real threat in Star Trek lore for what, like a couple of decades there. So Horatio are really interesting simply because of the way they do interact with the genes hunter mechanic. So every single faction has something that's a little bit unique about them, and for Horatio in particular, as we encounter other aliens, we're going to be able to take those aliens, remove their population, and therefore make it so that they're no longer growing, which for some factions, this is actually a good thing. And then Horatio takes all of the genetic perfections from those aliens and places them into his own genetic code. And because it's a clone over and over and over again, that genetic code is going to very rapidly grow. So do you guys want to play with just like pure randoms? I mean, it could be fun to actually just drop in Cravers and Lumeris as forced spawns for AIs. This is something that you can do at home. We are, of course, going to be playing on endless difficulty with endless pirates. I think now with the rebalance and the reawakening patch, that endless pirates are not nearly as annoying as they once were. But I like medium and high density, so that way we can just like get some real economies going. Yeah, Horatio is terrifying in like a very, very strange way, but he's definitely like he's got some comedy aspects to him, even if they're comedic simply because of their absurdity. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna force spawn the Cravers and the Lumeris for the AI, just so that way we have, you know, the real threat here. Cravers are absolutely horrible for us if we spawn next to them, so there's a non-zero chance that we die there if we are not careful. But one of the things that you can do, that we will be doing here in short moments, is utilize dust. Dust is powerful stuff, and the nature of the economy in this game is so much more than just the utilization of like the raw resources of your planets, which we'll see. You know, like there's a normal economy too, but you should conceptualize yourself as that character does in the Lumeris gameplay. If you want to become powerful in Endless Space 2, you need to become a god of dust, and regular resources will feed into this. So we're going to go ahead and launch this with Horatio. I like fast speed just so that way it takes 150 turns at maximum, so hopefully we can get this done in one day. If it turns out that we don't get this done in one day, depending on where we are in the campaign, you know, maybe we'll resume this next week. But I think if we can just get it done, show at the very minimum Ashley how to play this game, so that way we can do a multiplayer game with some of my real life friends, that'd be a big win in my book. All right, Horatio, tell us your story.
They only ever saw what was in the mirror. I always saw what was beyond. They saw deformity. I found beauty. They saw madness. I found genius. For the longest time, I have been the only one who sees what lies beyond the mirror. But soon, very soon, they will see it as well.
Show us your perfection, Horatio. There we go. So, here we are. We've entered this universe. As it says here, there can only be one beautiful one. So as my highlights, here what we're gonna see is, because this is a whole population, an entire civilization of clones, we're gonna have some issues as the Mahler twins do in Invincible, where our clones are gonna start arguing over who's the best clone and who's the real one. So here in this game, let's talk about our UI before we dive in on what we're doing. The first thing that I gotta highlight, that this is just a silly thing for me, but like perfect for this game, it actually gives you a clock on the end turn timer. I don't know why this technology hasn't moved to like literally every other 4X game in the universe, because like I don't need to go to sleep at early times anymore, but I do still like end up staying up until like 2 in the morning on occasion, and having this as a reminder is really useful. So here we go. How's our HUD? What are we looking at? So up here we can see across the top, these are some like really crucial resources you want to keep an eye on. The first bar here is your Empire Dust. Now Empire Dust we're going to be seeing as inside this galaxy right here, no, the solar system right here. This solar system is producing some dust on its own, but that's only the really dipping your toes into the pool when it comes to utilizing dust, because there are these other resources here. These are your strategic resources. Strategic resources are going to be used for upgrading your ships, as well as adding like crucial pieces of infrastructure into your solar systems. But more importantly than that, you're going to be able to sell this stuff once you get access to the market. So keep in mind that dust is not just being evaluated on like your income and the amount that you have here, but also all of these raw resources and the ways that your economy can translate all of that stuff into dust. Furthermore, there's another selection of special resources here, these luxury resources. We're going to get to utilizations of luxury resources at some point today, because we're going to unlock our system developments, which are a great way to use luxury resources, but not the only way. Luxury resources represent sort of, like all of the natural things that people use here within this universe, whether it's as like a good here saying rapid hair growth or dark glitter. This is clouds of glittering particles that react to warp movement. So these things will impact the development of the economies locally, but also in every game. And this is something that you should check at the very beginning, no matter what you're doing. You've got your regular empire population. It's going to have a boost associated with it that comes from a specific luxury, but it's going to be random. So sometimes it's going to, use a resource that you find nearby, and then your society is going to grow really quickly. Sometimes you don't, and then you have to come up with ways to bring those resources in from the galactic map. And so keep an eye on that. Always be aware of what sort of resources you're looking for from the very beginning. So beyond the dust, we also have our manpower. Manpower is mostly just useful for conquering systems, but because this is sort of like Age of Wonders 4, where it is at once a 4X game, but also kind of a war game, your military really matters. Manpower you need to defend your systems, to conquer enemy systems, and to staff up your boats. So here we can see on this revealer. This is one of the ships that we start with at game start with Horatio. You'll start with some collection of ships. Typically, you'll start with an explorer and a colonist, but like Lumeris, for instance, doesn't even use colony ships. They just use raw dust to create their colonies. You're generally going to start with some combination of these. The explorers, denoted with this little magnifying glass, are going to give you access to probes. Probes are things that you can use to both explore things on specific solar systems, as well as launch them out into outer space. Launching them into space, of course, comes with a real cost, because as we'll see here in just a moment, when you explore things on the ground, you're going to get experience points in that group. And so think about explorers as being useful for leveling up your heroes at the beginning of the game, but also at acquiring economy. So let's go ahead and drop in our hero. Hey, what's up, Winslaya? Yeah, this is a really fun game. If you want to get into multiplayer with this, Winslaya, I think at some point I'm probably going to bully some of my real life friends into playing multiplayer on the channel, because like I've literally done that before. And if you want in, like, you're more than welcome to join us. I think it would be a lot of fun. But this is just gonna, if you don't know how to play the game, Winslaya, then you're in the right place, because that's what we're about to teach you. So you're gonna need the manpower to keep your actual ships staffed up. If they don't have their max manpower here, and you can see here on this, that little guy, there's oh man, how do you pin this? The UI here is not great, unfortunately, but maybe I can open it. Yeah, so this is the manpower. In the event that the manpower is not full, you're going to have some serious problems in actual combat, and so don't run out of manpower. That's crucial. And then, of course, we have Empire Influence. Empire Influence is really important when it comes to setting some of our laws. Laws are crucial for your early game development as well as your mid game development, and then like your late game military push. So don't neglect your influence, and influence on a local level, not an imperial level, will influence the growth of these rings. So here, let's dive into our starting system. Every starting system is going to be a little random, except for your home world. Your home world is sort of a fixed thing for everyone, except the vaulters, because the vaulters don't really start with a home world. They start in a galactic ship, the way that all of these asymmetrical things work. But Horatio Prime has a couple of really important things. Every planet that you're living on, first, you're only going to have one of the planets in your homeworld colonized at the very beginning of the game. Then every planet is going to have, beyond that, a type of planet. Each of those types of planets is going to have some restrictions in regards to who can colonize them. Here, playing as Horatio specifically, because we have the ecologists in power, and we're going to talk about politics probably whenever we get to our first political reorganization, which on fast is going to be at turn 10. But just know that here, because we are playing with ecologists as the powerful party, that means that we can colonize everything. That's an advantage for Horatio, but only a small one, because they do have some issues in regards to their military, which we'll talk about whenever we get there. But another big problem for Horatio is that their starting planet type, Mediterranean, only has one special tag on it, hot. As we do some research, you'll see that different tags like temperate or the fertile or sterile, all of those different tags feed into a different speed of economic growth and different pieces of infrastructure that they can use well. And just the hot tag on your starting homeworld is actually really bad. And so that is one of the things that helps makes Horatio like I think probably one of the hardest factions in the game. It's got some good up growth, but it really has some serious issues at the very beginning. But one thing that we can help to offset these serious issues is starting to work on a drone network. So at the beginning of the game, there are a couple of things that, like most of the time, you almost always want to do. You almost always want to get a drone network down ASAP, just for the growth in terms of food and industry scaling. Because here in so the game has changed a lot probably since you've played it, Maya, but I think also a lot of people are probably playing it a little differently once you see what we're about to do, hopefully. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with xenolinguistics. So xenolinguistics in our research path. This is really important, your technology screen. The way that research works in this is that it's going to be bound by different levels, and each level you unlock by unlocking a set number of technologies. You can always research more than just that, and in fact some of these things like plasma metallurgy you basically can't ever end up skipping. But xenolinguistics is one of the most important researches at the very beginning of the game for basically every single culture, simply because of access to the xeno-industrial infrastructure. Now, unfortunately for Horatio, as we just saw on our starting planet doesn't meet any of these extra requirements. It's just +10 industry per planet. But because we are playing with the ecologist tag, we are going to be able to get a lot of different planets pretty quickly, and some of these are temperate, so we might get some extra production there. But being able to scale up your production really, really quickly is going to be really important for us, both in terms of our civilian growth and building all of the things that we're going to research, but also in terms of just preventing the AI from clobbering us. So here, now we have some other things that we need to do. So as you can check the Empire summary, this is a really important place to actually keep an eye on. Don't let your Empire approval drop too low. If you can afford to keep it high, if you can afford to keep it at 100% plus, that's really great for you in terms of the bonuses to your science and your dust, but just don't let it drop. I think it's at 30% is where you start having colossal problems on the Empire level. And then of course this is also a great menu once you have like 15 paid planets that you can just like help organize everything and keep an eye on your production and sort where you need to put your heroes. We also have all of the victory conditions online. We'll talk about those once we get there, but this is just a really important page whenever it comes to looking around. Our politics here, because we are a clone, all of our politics are going to be concentrated here in the ecologist tree. So that means in terms of the laws that we get access to at the beginning of the game, we're only going to have ecologist political laws. Now, these political laws do, as it highlights here, this has an influence upkeep per population. So right now, because we have 0 influence, we can't actually activate the Green Fertility Bill. But that's okay, because we kind of need to activate Cram-Exam Act anyway. I think for most factions, if you don't have access to like one of those special laws that you can run early, that Cram-Exam Act is just really good efficiency, because you can see right away we're already down to 3 turns on xenolinguistics instead of 4. And that's just because we translated a little bit of that excess Empire approval that wasn't doing anything for us into a little bit of extra research, and that's going to be pretty crucial here. But fortunately, that's not the only stuff that we can do at the end of the game, or at the very beginning. We have 100 dust, so dust is powerful stuff. We can use this to transform not only our general design for this revealer, but to refit the one that we already have. So we're gonna go ahead and just drop the gun from the revealer. The revealer is like one of the weirdest explorers in the game, I think, simply because like you really can't use these things militarily at all. One of the big problems for Horatio is that your early game ship designs are very, very pacifistic, but I think the best way to utilize this, just lean into it, So here you can see on this fleet, we can add a hero to it, and we start the game with one. This is Mario 22. So you can add them as either a person on the overmap, and therefore helping you, scout around and get experience that way, or as a governor. But I think at the beginning of the game with most factions, you're better off making them go into space, simply because you're going to get a lot of experience points from using all of these probes that we're getting off of the revealer. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we can refit our ship and rock and roll. So here we've got them together. Make sure they're together, otherwise you're not going to be getting the experience points onto your hero. But you can see there that we did 3 little explorations. That's going to go ahead and clear out those what are they actually called? The expedition spots, that clears them all out, and we get these nice little bonuses. Here we have an anomaly on one of those planets that's actually really helpful with ecologists, because again, remember, we have those bonuses for living on anomaly worlds. But more importantly, we did find titanium. That's really, really good. That means that whatever planet has the titanium, and it looks like it is the monsoon that we were probably going to be going on to anyway, now it has titanium and Hyperium. Now you can see here in the deposit, like the size of it isn't particularly large, but that's okay. Like that's just the beginning of that growth. But we have some more things that we can do with our dust. So we can go ahead here and drop in a warp drive for these slots. So when it comes to designing a ship, we'll design our warships when we get to there. But at the beginning of the game, I think you want to just keep things cheap and utilize your dust as efficiently as you can on turn 1. And sometimes that means not sticking in a gun on your hero ship. Like here is Horatio. What we just want to get onto this hero ship is as much speed and exploration as we can, so that we can get this thing as high level as we can, so that way when we start doing a colonization, not everyone is going to starve to death. Because as we'll see here with our beautifier, once we do a little bit of colonization, food is going to be diverted from our capital to wherever the food is needed, which is on the new colony. So let's go ahead and spend the last of our dust here to upgrade our beautifier. We could have upgraded it even further, because at the beginning of the game it did give us I think it gave us a string gravitics engine on it or something like that, but we can go ahead and just upgrade its speed. So now everyone is ready to roll and see what this galaxy has to offer. We do still have one more probe, and I think that generally speaking, I actually don't hate launching some probes into space, especially as Horatio. You need to be able to identify good locations for you to colonize ASAP, because your economy is gonna have some early game problems. But here we've already done something fantastic for us. So you can see here that this is the Academy. This is something, if you have the Academy DLC, it's going to behave a little differently. I have the DLC, so I don't know actually how it behaves without it. But if you're interested in playing multiplayer with us, Winsaya, like it operates with the same rules as Age of Wonders 4, where as long as the host has the DLC, then everybody does. But here we're also going to use one of the other DLC options here. So System Scan is just like a really nice great way to mouse around and see all of these economies for those local systems very quickly at a glance, if you prefer to look at things this way. But because we have the DLC for the Space Ghosts, I don't remember what they're called, Umbral Choir, then we also have access to hacking. Hacking is a way for you to interact with people sort of as like spies, but also diplomacy. And we're going to go ahead and hack the capital of the Academy here. You can use hacking to interact with minor civilizations, because hopefully we're going to see one of those in just a moment. I think actually we're going to try to look for it with our hero and just take this path down here. But here's a really fun part of the game, like right away. The game tests your knowledge of trigonometry a lot, because there's a lot of like you gotta figure out, okay, am I gonna be able to make this line work? Where is the target destination? Well, the target destination, based off of where it's coming from here and here, is probably somewhere around here in the middle. So we can safely send our hero down in this direction without necessarily having our hero just like wander off into space inadvisably. Because if your hero is like locked on a really long hyper jump, guess what they're not doing? They're not getting experience points. And just like in Age of Wonders 4, like that's not good. You don't want to do that. You want to get experience points as much as humanly possible. So here our beautifier could just jump right in and start colonizing on this large forest. Because this forest already has super spuds, which is one of the luxury resources in the game, I'm actually inclined to go ahead and colonize this one right away, but do be aware that sometimes it takes a couple of turns for you to find a planet that's worth colonizing. You typically do not want to colonize very small solar systems if there's only 1 or 2 planets that are actually available within that solar system to colonize. You skip on that most of the time because of the way Empire approval scales. So they have sort of like a limit. It's a soft limit as to how many different solar systems you can have under your dominion. Here we're gonna have 5, but as we research more things, we can increase it. And it is a soft cap because the way that it penalizes if you go over it is you just get an Empire approval penalty. So if you can balance the Empire approval through your different systems and stuff, then it actually, you can go way over that cap. But it does mean that like very small solar systems that are not very economically productive are mostly skippable. Here, although we are missing out on an opportunity to colonize a unique planet early, anything that has this special ring around it, including of course your home world, is what is called a unique planet, and those are typically very powerful. I'm perfectly happy grabbing this one. We're gonna start on the forest though, because this, you can see here, has like the most food available on the planet, and the colony needs food in order to grow. If you're playing as Riftborn, that's different. Then you use the industry in order to determine your growth, but because we're not playing as those, you got to just deal with what you're playing with, and most of the time whenever you're playing as an organic life form in the game, go for food when it comes to setting up an initial outpost on a solar system. We might come back for this Mediterranean off of the forest, because what we can do, and what we're not doing right now but will do soon, is you can colonize other planets within your solar system by just building them in a finished colony. You can also get extra planets by like sniping other colonies from enemy empires, because they'll sometimes get pretty aggressive at putting colonies down, and if you put a colony down in the same solar system and you outcompete them, you get both planets. That's really great value, but like you don't have to do that in order to make some progress. So here I can tell that it's okay actually for this hero to keep moving, because we are out of probes on this revealer, and so we're only going to have maybe 1 or 2 probes to get experience points with next turn anyway. So what we can do is just spend at least part of these early game, scouting around, seeing what the galaxy has to offer us. And if we get enough time to put in another revealer, we probably will, just so that way we have even better vision, because we want to see where the threats are coming from when you're playing as Horatio. If you don't prepare yourself militarily, you're gonna have a really bad time. All right, so we've encountered a new minor civilization. So minor civilizations are gonna be denoted by being gray like this, but you're also gonna have a big pop-up, and the way that you interact with minor civilizations is gonna be completely different. I mean, Siddhant Sharma, maybe, like, I've been meaning to come back to Vicky 3, and we might just do, like, a full stream of it, honestly. Like, we did a full stream with EIC a bazillion years ago, and that was a lot of fun, and I am enjoying streaming. Right now, I do have some issues with Vicky 3 just having performance problems on my computer, and so it would probably be kind of slow, but I could potentially see that happening. Actually, it is a game that I do play from time to time still. It's just that like it remains in that same zone that it was in for me at game release, where it was like a really great game with a lot of problems, and I think that's mostly still true. So here we do have the colony working in Adana, and we do have one probe. We could use it right away, but because the probe represents experience points on our hero, we're not going to do that. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to have our hero hook around this way, and because we have 9 movement, because we upgraded our engines, then we can bop to Oyad, and as you can see, back over to Adana next turn. We could potentially have this revealer move somewhere, but I think that this is a perfectly fine place for it to just skip with these 3 movement, because it's just going to help. It's going to help a lot if we can get our hero up to level 3. That means that we'll have a lot of extra food into whatever planet we are trying to grow. Different heroes for different starting factions are wildly different in terms of their delta, and I don't really like the starting one for Horatio. That's another problem with them there, but they're gonna have some really ridiculous scaling once we can get the market online. Now, unfortunately, here with the Pilgrims, we actually didn't see anything that we could explore locally, but if you see on your minor civilization that they have a lot of things that you can explore, that is where you want to get these revealers ASAP, because there, not only will they be doing the exploration for you and getting you the resources from those explorations rather than the minor civilization, but the minor civilization will thank you for it. You'll actually get extra relationship with them, and the crucial breakpoints here for the minor civilization, once you get up to 50 approval with them, then you can click assist. That'll activate a quest that'll allow you to conquer the planet for free. They'll just join your empire. Oh, if the music's too loud, I can turn that down. If I wanted it to be coming through, but if it is a little overwhelming, I can definitely tone it down a little bit. It's just the music in this is so good. It's so good. Is that a little better, Vaka? Yeah. If things are out of balance in terms of audio, please don't hesitate to tell me, because I will gladly make those adjustments on the fly. That's not too difficult. So here we've got research done on our first technology. We got xenolinguistics finished. With xenolinguistics out of the way, now we really do need to pick up Galactic Commodities. Galactic Commodities is the thing that gives you access, as it says here at the bottom, which again, it won't let me. This is a UI thing from like 7 years ago, but if this were pinning, then we could mouse over it. But this is the thing, as it says in the lower left corner, opens access to luxury and strategic resources on the marketplace. So you can see here when we go into the economy tab, trade and resources is open, marketplace is not, and that's where the technology is. But one of the nice UI things is that the game does give you this hold, control, click, and then it'll take you to wherever the thing that is locking you out from what you want to do, it'll just take you straight there. So if you need to plan out your technology, then that's a great thing to do. But another important consequence of doing research, not only do you unlock the next tier of technologies that you can then do research on, but it'll also show you if there are any challenges or deeds that you can accomplish. This one, if we can incorporate the Pilgrims really quickly, then Architect of Industries is actually something that Horatio can accomplish, especially if you have an early game like Titanium the way that we did. In order to do this, you need to possess 20 different star system improvements, as it says there. That means things like the construction drone that we just did. Here we can go ahead and I think we'll do. I think I'm gonna do a revealer and then probably Xeno, and then Oyera. That's gonna be 6 turns, or we could do, if we do it in this, we'll do it in 4. All right, we'll do it in this order, so that way we get the Titanium running as quickly as possible off of Oyera. It's unfortunate that it has a larger Hyperium deposit than Titanium, and we just haven't had time to research Hyperium extraction yet, but we'll get there. And so here, this is an important part for every single faction in Endless Space 2. Every single faction is going to have a unique quest line with a lot of different branching paths and wildly different outcomes. Here for Horatio's, I'm gonna just try to play this as strong as we can. I think generally speaking, one of the strongest things that you can do with Horatio's is take luxury as the very beginning part of the quest, because this reaching 56 total luxury stock if you're going into the Galactic Commodities is actually really good. Yo, what's up, Batuhan? So yeah, we're just playing through Horatios here on endless difficulty, and we're just getting as much information about this game out on the final patch as possible, because I wanna get some of my real life friends bullied into this game. I think that Ashley would have a lot of fun playing with us, our moderator in the Discord channel, and I know that John, we've actually played some games with our buddies before, but we're just moving units around as we do in Age of Wonders 4. Birthday? No, it was a couple of days ago. It was a couple of days ago. So we've got time to do whatever we want to today. Not necessarily birthday related. But by breaking the heroes out and then bringing them back in, we're going to be able to move everyone around and get as much experience points concentrated as possible. You can see here we're already closing in on level 3, but we're also closing in on turn 5. Turn 5 is when we'll be able to move the hero to the planet if we want to. Yeah, like, I would say ES2, in some ways, I think it's better than Age of Wonders 4. It does still have some issues in terms of game balance, but you know, so does Age of Wonders 4. And the music and the art really are just top notch. This is I think Amplitude's true masterpiece. Unfortunately, we did hit a failed expedition on Adana. That does sometimes happen. When you do those little research things. The one downside here is that you don't get any experience points for that, so that is pretty annoying to just get like hosed on a little bit of RNG, but you know, that's the way the game goes sometimes. So now I think we're ready to pass, because we're getting pretty close to the Galactic Commodities Exchange, at which point we can start opening up the way our economy is going to work here. And the second revealer is going to be pretty crucial, because we're going to need to just do anything possible to find a friend. That is pretty important. If you can find some of the friendly aliens like the Lumeris, you're in a lot less trouble. I don't see anything for us to necessarily explore this turn with our hero. That's unfortunate, because we do have some probes to burn. But maybe we'll just use a probe here. So I know that there's a planet or a solar system right here on this system. I could line it up perfectly by just like, you know, following the line as far as humanly possible, but it doesn't really advantage us to see the exact middle of the system. We just need to see the system, period. And so I'm going to launch it at an angle so that way it'll hopefully curve off and find something else out here, because we really do need to find something. We need to find something that we can interact favorably with, whether it's economically partnering with them or trying to conquer them and then absorb their genetic power into our own. I guess I'm gonna hold the extra probe here on our hero, so that way in the event that we find something to explore next turn, we can. And we've successfully hacked the Academy. So every single hacking that you do has like a pretty different set of outcomes. Here, by hacking the Academy, we're going to have access to just generating a ton of hero points for us. This is really, really good at the beginning of the game. I think we're probably going to go with a Seeker initially. I think you can get value out of basically any of the heroes, especially if you're this close to the Academy as an initial start. It's both good and bad that we are this close to the Academy, because the Academy is going to start colonizing some of these planets near us, and therefore basically limit our growth pretty badly if we're not careful. But because we do have access to getting tons of extra experience points for our heroes to unlock faster heroes, I think that is going to be pretty nice. That looks like the end of this turn. So you can see here, manage population. This is sort of the Horatio like banner ability, so it's on the map here, but you can see we have 1 out of 2 Zavali population. Once we've grown a second Zavali, we can actually splice them in. That will remove the Zavali population from our society entirely, and therefore all of the resources that they are producing, because the resource production on each planet is not only based off of the planet base output, but based off of the planet type and the people living on it. So the more pops that you have on each planet, the more of that base output you're actually getting. I think that's it. I think we pass here. You can also kind of like keep an eye on who's in the lead by keeping an eye on the points down here, but they don't really tell you a lot until later. Oh, I disagree, Black Leon. I think that this game is in a really great spot these days. I think that it did have some balance issues and some stability issues, especially for multiplayer prior. But I think that they've done a really good job with the final Reawakening patch. So here you can see that we can get to Kochab with the new the new scout that we just built. We won't be able to get there until turn 6 though, but that's okay because there is still something that we haven't explored here in Zuben on the Academy. So we're gonna move the new scout there, and we're gonna move our hero over here. We can merge them together. They'll be able to do that exploration, and then they'll bounce over to Kochab and do, oh my god, that's so much experience points. All right. Good thing. Sometimes you delay bringing your hero back home for a turn or two. It's typically good to get a governor down as quickly as you can, just so that way it does get some real economic growth in your cities. But like a level 1 hero doesn't really do a lot on that front. You do need to get some experience points first, and this is going to be a lot of experience points for our guy. He's going to be level 3 for sure at the end of our next turn. So that means that this other scout kind of doesn't really have anywhere specifically that it's going. It looks like this probe might identify that. So I suppose this revealer will just go this way. All right, there's Ceres. Oh, and another minor civilization. Great. Minor civilizations really are crucial for Horatio, simply because of the way that their economy scales up by splicing genes in. And here we're going to be able to not only get a first contact with the remnant, but we can spend some of the influence that we farmed up on praising them. The amount that this scales up, though, this cost is going to increase by the base amount that your relationships are already improving. So you typically want to praise civilizations before you drop in and start exploring all of their land. Yo, what's up, Daedalus? Yeah, we're just getting rolling here with Horatio. You can see we're on turn 5. We did a little bit of introduction for like the lore of the universe. I think understanding that, you know, here we are in sort of a post-apocalyptic galaxy for these people is pretty fun. And then, you know, talking about becoming a god of dust and whatnot, and that is the direction that we are going in, because we are getting Galactic Commodities Exchange next turn, so we're going to be able to start doing some real economy here. But we do need to keep an eye on our luxury stock, because this is the thing that we want to be juicing as much as possible here. If we can buy out a bunch of things, because an AI accomplishes one of these other goals, and then sells a bunch of the resources on the market, that can actually be good for us. And there are some there, like that colonization mission, which might be possible for us anyway. So we'll pass the turn, and then I think because here we are working on taking control of this planet that has 3 Hyperium, and specifically because we're trying to get as much luxury as possible, I think we're going to go ahead and back it up and research plasma metallurgy. As I said, like sometimes you just gotta research the low tier techs on both sides, and for this specific economy, we do need to get that. We're also want to get multi-thread management ASAP, so that way we get access to basic system development. But because that's going to cost a bunch of luxury resources, we can delay that just a little bit here. But we did now unlock the Galactic Commodities Exchange, so we can go into the marketplace. So you can see here the way the marketplace is going to work. There's going to be an exchange information here that's going to tell you who's actually selling everything. Yeah, Horatio has the ecologist pick as their starting population. You know, actually, I'm gonna fill this coffee up. I'll be literally right back. This is not a bio break. 15 seconds, but my I can tell I need some liquid over here. But yeah, like every single economy here in Endless Space 2 is pretty meaningfully different, because they have a fixed law that comes from their ruling party, and the ruling party here is ecologists, which means that you can colonize everything. So here on the economy screen, we have the ability to start selling our titanium. Because the price of this is fluctuating up and down based off of who is buying and selling, you want to get that dust price locked in as quickly as you can if it's something that's available to you. So we sold off our titanium. We aren't currently making any because we don't have this planet colonized, but we're working on that next turn, and then I think we should be ready to rock after the Xeno-industrial infrastructure comes online. Because this is a temperate, this is actually going to give us a reasonable amount of construction, unlike Horatio Prime, and then we might even bounce up and pick up Oyera after that. But for now, one of the nice things of selling off all that dust early, all those luxury things early, is that we can get luxury boosts here on Horatio and Zavali. So we need one of the dust here, the dust cloud, and two of the mushroom. So let's go ahead and see if we can get that. One dark glitter is going to cost 24, and two blue cat mold will cost 49. So we could potentially have spent the dust here on boosting the population growth in this outpost and gotten it out 2 turns faster, but that's only like 2 turns of efficiency here, whereas this is going to be 5 turns of efficiency. But by clicking that luxury boost, not only are we getting, as it says here, that the population is going to be favored to grow, but the bonus that you get on the planet from those populations is doubled. So, you know, getting 3 extra science and 6 extra food is not like game breaking at the very beginning, but it costs us virtually nothing in terms of the input, and you really do want to get into the point where you're just like consistently activating the boosts on all of your aliens as much as humanly possible, because it is really, really good to get luxury boosts just running constantly. And there you can see we got a level up, perfect, and we just got tons of stuff from doing all of those explorations. That's like why I just generally like going with an extra revealer early with an extra probe for Horatio. It's your economy isn't going to be able to conquer people anyway, so you might as well just do peaceful stuff. So we're going to go ahead and grab our governor. So it's now turn 6. The guy has been in space for at least 5 turns on fast. I think it's 10 on normal, which means that we can reassign the hero back home. So by reassigning the hero back home, you can see we're level 3 and we have 1 that's still unspent. I'm going to go ahead and just add another pick on farming logistics, because it says plus 20 food now per system, so that's even more population growth locally, and because it's on fertile, we don't have anything here, so we know we're going to be able to move this hero elsewhere in due time, probably here once this colony is up and going. And that's another important thing when it comes to your heroes. You can set them and forget them, but it's okay to move them around. Like that is really important when it comes to your early game growth, honestly. I think everything else is done. We could potentially launch a probe here, actually. Yeah, I don't even hate that. So we're going to launch a probe in this direction, because I think that there's probably something for us to find over there. But just broadly speaking, meeting someone. We need to meet somebody, so that way we can start trying to steal their technology with hacking and whatnot. Wait, I didn't say that out loud. So we can start interacting peacefully and favorably with them and having a nice time. Yeah, that's the truth, believe it. So here in the military screen, we don't have any of our other ship designs just yet. We're gonna get those pretty soon, but one of the important things, yeah, the game has incredible soundtrack. Like this, on Spotify, Eileen lets me bum off of her Spotify, and so I got to be introduced to that a couple of years ago, because I'm a boomer and never got around to using it. But these days, like having access to Endless Space 2 whenever I'm taking out the garbage or something like that, and just being able to blast it on my headphones, it's perfection. It's perfection. Take trophies, I think, is just like a generically really important thing for you to have in your file. So we'll see this when we get to combat, but combat uses these cards to help dictate things and like where the ships go. But overall, the economic bonuses you get from take trophies are just really, really important at the very beginning of the game. So you want to work that in on your tactic cards as we unlock more things, because we did research, we did pick up some tactic cards just like at random from the explorations we did. We can try to figure out which ones of those are best after the fact. But like right now, the best one is going to be take trophies in the event that we find any pirates, and we're gonna see some pirates pretty soon. Unfortunately for us, I don't think we have the economy necessary to force through another colony onto Kochab. This would be an amazing place for us to pick up. Oh yeah, all right, the Academy beat us to it. They've gone ahead and taken Kochab. But because of where we are on the galactic map in regards to the Academy, we could definitely take Xenology sooner rather than later. It would also be really crucial at unlocking faster heroes. But before we do that, I do think we want to work up the system development plan. So you can see we're already at 28 out of 56, I think. So currently we're at 28 out of 56 on our luxury stock. Is there anything that's going to be cheap right now? No, nothing's super cheap right now. So we're actually not super duper close to being able to activate that luxury stock without cost. So I think this is actually a good opportunity for us to work in Xenobiology. Xenobiology is versus rare earth foams, which is the thing that Horatio starts with so they can live on their home planet. Xenobiology is better by an enormous margin. Same with this, titanium versus plasma metallurgy. And Xenobiology gives you access to tons and tons of extra research. Fertile, planet, and temperate. And here we're going to need a little bit of extra tech to keep things up, and it does not look like we're going to be able to blast through system development this turn anyway. Because there's just not enough luxuries in our market, so I think picking that up there is perfectly fine. And anything else we're building right now? No. And Adana is probably going to turn into a colony. What, next turn? Next turn. Good. All right, yeah, we'll pass with this. We might end up getting another colony out of this planet sooner rather than later, but I do want to finish at a minimum the Xeno infrastructure and cerebral reality. That's pretty important. Yeah, we'll just keep exploring things. As we see here, oh wait, not this planet. Where was it? Was it here? Yes, it was here. Some of the things that you can explore with your revealers, you can't explore right away. You have to actually increase your curiosity expedition power, which is another one of these really important early game technologies, baryonic shielding. But because of the way our economy is going right now, I think we need to take... there's another minor civilization for us to interact with, and it's on possibly another constellation. So another important thing here that we kind of haven't discussed yet because it hasn't come up, but everything is organized via constellations in this game. There are some random solar systems that aren't part of constellations, but the more planets and solar systems specifically within constellations that you control, the closer you'll get to getting that bonus. And then if you fighting with an alien for control of the constellation, that can get pretty rough too. I guess, there isn't really anything for us to explore over here, but Xenobiology is so important for research. Well, all right, we'll come back for the baryonic shielding. I think for now, because there isn't anything for us to explore over here, I'm not in an insane hurry, and we'll just send another probe into space. Yeah, we'll send some probes into space. We can hack the Academy yet again. Boy, we're just gonna get so many extra heroes out of the Academy interaction being that close. Sometimes there are some really big differences in starts. One of the best starts that you can have in the game is probably just finding Jad Onyx near you. But having an Academy nearby is pretty close in terms of good value. So another minor civilization, we'll just keep praising them. One thing that is going to be kind of complicated when it comes to interacting with all of these minor civilizations is that probably some of them are going to fall under, oh god, the Cravers are here. The Cravers are here. All right, well, that's gonna make the early game pretty pretty spicy for us, no doubt. The Cravers are those biomechanical, like, locusts that are flying around the galaxy, devouring planets. Hyperium and Super Spuds. Alright, so can we sell all of our Hyperium and just buy enough of these to get Surfeit? No, doesn't look like. My favorite Sisters of Mercy song is and always will be Dominion. That's such a good song. It's fantastic. But yeah, we're gonna work on all of these kind of as simultaneously as we can, because if we can get any of them incorporated, then it'll be a huge upgrade to our economy. So we're gonna go ahead and praise Cepheus. And it doesn't even look like baryonic shielding would help too much there anyway. So we're gonna have this revealer start flying off into this direction. Thank goodness we identified another minor civ here. But we need to find, now that we've found Cravers, we very definitely need to find someone who is not Cravers, because it does look like they're about to eat the Dehuvians here. And that's a little spooky. They're not within jump range of us immediately unless they pick up baryonic shielding, but their military is going to scale up really fast. But we did finalize Adana, so now we have a second colony online. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to start with a network drone, and because this Mediterranean planet didn't pick up another resource, I think we're going to do Xeno after that, just to get the temperate and fertile bonus going as quickly as possible. That's pretty powerful. It's a lot of extra production, and we might have to audible into picking up effective shielding, so that way we can actually have military ships sooner or later, or sooner rather than later, I should say. Okay, so it looks like here a pirate has emerged. So on these planets, if you see on a galaxy that this shows up, this is a pirate spot. Pirate spots are great for your economy. They're sort of like infestations in Age of Wonders 4, in that by clearing this out, you do get a lot of resources for yourself. But it's kind of impossible to clear those out efficiently without access to autonomous construction, because that gives you armor. And in order for you to have like really easy ground invasions against the pirates, you kind of need tanks. But once you get there, yeah, you get it. Yeah, the ES2 soundtrack is fantastic. This is a beautiful game, both from an auditory as well as visual standpoint. I think they really nailed it. All right, revealer. What are we gonna see here with this revealer? Looks like the Cravers might have bounced off of Altair, actually. So maybe this revealer is actually just gonna like hang out on this side of the galaxy and like try to find the Cravers over there. That looks pretty reasonable. I don't see anything else that we need to be making adjustments to this turn. We don't have an infinite amount of influence, and once we get to our reinforcing our politics, then we'll get access to a better law. But right now, Cram Exam Act is still going to be kind of what we got to do. So yeah, I think we pass with this. All right, so we now have a good enough relationship with the Remnant that they will let us repair and retrofit there. That's a useful thing whenever you're exploring into deep space, but it's not the only way to get good value out of these guys. Like most of the time, you get your max value by just incorporating them. Or conquering them. If you're playing as, if you're playing as Vodiani, you get the most value out of the miners by actually just like leeching them into outer space. That's pretty good as Vodiani. Decky system. Boy, we really are just encountering an infinite number of minor civilizations out here. All right, so there's another pirate out there. We're just going to have our revealer bounce off and go to Cepheus. We'd prefer to not have our revealers get torn apart by pirates, but we did take the guns off of the revealers. There's not really any point in pretending like they're going to be able to fight the pirates anyway, though. We have to get effective shielding for that to be a real option. Are we going to get enough luxury resources this turn in income? We're going to get 3 luxury resources in production, so we'll be at 50. So no, we need to buy some luxuries this turn so that way we can close that quest out. So let's go ahead and sell our strategics. I don't think this is too bad. Like, we're gonna have to pick up the technology that allows us to interact with the Academy. That one's gonna be critical, because I think we do have to buy Kochab off of them. But we're probably gonna need to, and we're probably gonna need to get a colony here in Lupus. Unfortunately, Lupus is only a 3 colony planet or system, but it's 2 really good ones, and then one that's not bad, because this is at least medium. But and you don't need like 15 systems to really go. Like, if this is a weak civilization that we could actually conquer, then we could conquer them before fighting the Cravers. Kind of just depends. The really nice thing is that there's all of these minor civilizations between us and the Cravers. If this was the Cravers here rather than here, we would be in a lot of trouble. I'm not gonna lie. Horatio's early game ships are really bad, so we would be in a lot of trouble. I'm gonna go ahead and just buy all of the blue cap mold here. The blue cap mold is the thing that Horatio uses for their population boost, and we just needed to buy something to help us get to this 56 luxury stock total. And considering that we just bought 6 more and we're getting 3 more at the production per turn, that should trigger this quest for us next turn, and that's pretty important. Chewing through those quests is very, very powerful. Is this 2 turns? It's gonna be 3 turns still. All right, wait a second. We could potentially hack you guys to help us incorporate the pilgrims faster. And we are getting pretty close to actually unlocking the Seeker hero anyway. So I'm just gonna go ahead and hack Cepheus, because I do think we need to incorporate these 2. I think if Cravers incorporates remnants, that would be almost as catastrophic as just starting next to them. But those 2 are probably gonna go outside our realm of control. Okay, so here we have an election. The nature of an election in your party in Endless Space 2 does depend on the nature of your government. Because we are a horde of clones, that means we are a dictatorship. Like, they're not going to be, we don't want to be racist against the Horatios, but they're not going to be disagreeing with each other that much, right? He says, knowing the way the quest goes. But we're going to go with support here. So depending on what type of election you're having, you're going to have different types of supports that you can do. In this case, it's a dictatorship with 100% survey saying that they're going to go with ecologists. We could try to influence things by working with one of the other political parties. But a really important thing when it comes to the way politics works in ES2 is that if you don't have a hero associated with a political party, you usually don't want it to be in power, because you get a lot of political bonuses for your empire by having a hero here, especially once they get to level like 5+. Then they start getting a lot of bonuses that interact with being a political leader. So use your political leaders. You also generally want to be using the politics that are good for your empire. Ecologists is going to be important for us in order to grow. So we are going to stick with them. But militarists lets you get, extra ships as you would expect. Industrialists are really good at getting extra raw materials, very powerful for the United Empire for that reason, because you can use the market even more efficiently than we are. Scientists can do lots of extra exploration. They also have a very low-level law that gives them extra infrastructure really quickly. I think all of the different political parties are really interesting, but we're going to stick with the ecologists, of course, and that is going to be good for us, because now we have cool copies online. We can't use it because it costs too much in terms of influence for us, but it is important to have that as a tool in your back pocket. So the game says that now we have population boosts ended for Horatio and Zavali, because as I mentioned, those boosts only last for 5 turns. This is a quest that pops up. You should, unless you're doing something silly, you should basically always take Scavenged Ram Scoop, because as it says down here, distance traveled per movement point is plus 25%. In terms of being able to scale up your economy, that is one of the best things that you can do. So we did manage to finish the first chapter of our main quest, which means that now our second quest is going to be automatically locked in. It's going to be the religious one. So now we need 2 heroes as level 5 as governor, and then we'll get 5 as our backup little hero here. All right, so the Academy has now said that they are on a quest. If you have the Academy the Academy DLC. That means that now we can start contributing resources towards their growth. Unfortunately, we have titanium problems because we, as you can kind of see here, the only titanium that we have locally is that 1.5 source, and I don't think we're allowed to buy Zuben. I'm pretty sure that the Academy will say no to that. I think we have to conquer it if we want that one. So our titanium is going to be pretty strict for a while. But one thing that we can do here, as I mentioned, we can work on another colonization ship, and I think we're going to do this one the old-fashioned way. But a really important thing that you can do is to go in here and just like strip everything off of, you know what, for science sake, for demonstrative purposes, we're going to do this, but I think we have enough production in the city that we don't need to do it this way. But what you can do is you can take everything off of the ship, you apply the design, and now we're going to come back here and we're going to build a beautifier for 30 production instead of like the 65 or whatever it would have cost. That means that now we have extra production floating around as overflow, and so we can put that into hopefully getting down a public-private partnership done. That'll help speed along the massive amount of research that we need. And because we've built this beautifier with all of the core components stripped out of it, on the next turn, we're going to need to upgrade it. But because we are becoming a god of dust and interacting with the galactic market, you can funnel different resources around really efficiently this way. Don't be afraid to, you know, make adjustments to your ships and strip things out and then plop them back in. Oh, the Sophons. All right. So the Sophons are the, like, generic aliens that are good at science kind of people in Endless Space 2. They actually have a really fun their own little quest line where they've designed an artificial intelligence, and you have to interact with Enfer and determine the path of Sophonity in regards to their interactions with artificial intelligence. But they're actually kind of a scary long-term threat. Right now, obviously we have bigger problems to worry about, but I'm kind of glad that the Sophons are here rather than on the other side of space, because while the Cravers are going to threaten us for like the first 30 turns or 40 turns or whatever, they are locusts, and once we've trapped them on their home planets and they've, you know, like burned everything to the ground, they won't be as scary. Whereas the Sophons, if they get to sit in a corner in technology forever, they will become pretty terrifying in the mid to late game. Okay, so I think what we're going to do here is we're actually going to wait on the Zavali splicing, because when we splice the Zavali, as I mentioned, those population are going to just disappear. And the game right now is telling you that we're going to grow a population of Horatio on this planet rather than a population of Zavali. When we splice the Zavali, we do want them to disappear from our economy and our empire forever, so that way they're not like competing with Horatio pops for space on planets. But we have a couple of turns to fix that up. So the beautifier, we gotta fix this thing because right now it has literally nothing on it, but we can fix that right here by just dropping in a couple of engines, apply the design, and now we can upgrade it for 93 dust. And that meant that we got to build this thing really, really inexpensively in regards to production on Oyera. Once you get multi-thread management online, that's not as big a deal, because you can always buy rush things too, but being aware that you can strip all of the pieces off of a ship and then just use production to put the thing into space is really important. Unfortunately, the Academy is blockading, so they're gonna cost us a turn in order to get over there. Yeah, this is a great game, Cats Are Evil. I love Endless Space 2. We're like maybe 400 hours in game, so I don't want to present myself as being like an absolute perfect player, but we are playing on the highest difficulty level, and I think we're going to do fine with Horatio, even though he does have a couple of early game issues. We're going to go ahead and take the bonus here for a little bit of extra percentage of food, simply because we are going to have a lot of food base in this colony, especially once we get this Oyera online. Actually, you know what? That hero is better off not in Oyera, but actually in Adana, right? Because here we actually have a fertile planet. So yeah, you know what? Let's move Mario. So Mario has bopped over there. We're still growing Horatio on this planet. That's fine. The population growth in our capital is important because population is going to be feeding into our manpower, but it's just as important here, and if not more so, because Adana 5 looks like it's going to be an absolute madhouse of a planet. And 4 also looks really good once we can get this irradiated problem under control. Mutated flora, at least, I guess, is helping offset it. So let's see. That's level 4. The construction there is done. Military ship price has decreased. That doesn't matter for us right now, because you can see in the marketplace that we don't currently have access to these things, but as it says here, impactless sites, control click. This is a really important technology to get pretty early, just so that way we can buy extra heroes, so that way we can get like governors and as many of our planets as possible to scale things up on that side. But I think we do have to take baryonic here. Frankly, we might have to take all of the things to unlock Science and Exploration 3, just so we see uncommon curiosities. But that's not a bad thing to have to do. These are very powerful technologies. Let's start with those. Let's start with those and see where we go. So let's do some straight on probes from here, just so that way we can see what's out here in space. So that way we know where our revealer needs to go. And this one, I do want to see what's going on down here in Cravers space. So maybe we're gonna just go here, launch some of our probes, and then hold a couple of more with the interest of maybe getting baryonic shielding online. Yeah, actually, you know what? It's going to be a couple of turns until baryonic shielding is ready. So I'm going to launch 4 probes in this direction just to get a lot of vision on Cravers space before we start penetrating it. I don't want to get us into an intergalactic war until we at a minimum have like shields and like probably tier 3 military unlocked. So that'll be a couple of turns still. All right, so we're getting really goddamn close to incorporating some of those minor civilizations over there. Cepheus? Okay, so this is kind of a frustrating quest to be asked to do, because on occasion there's like nothing you can do to block people. Like right now we just don't have any military really available. Okay, so we are going to go ahead in Cepheus and take Improve Image, so that way this thing is going to flip over to being assistable next turn. That's really good, because if we can incorporate that one ASAP, that would be huge for us. I guess now I'm okay taking Colonize Oyera 3, because we do already have both of the temperate scaling infrastructures in place. But we could use a miners union here pretty badly, or even a cultural apogee. Yo, what's up, Pat Arthur? It's going. Like we're starting this ball rolling with Horatio. I think it is actually time to incorporate the Zavali. Yeah, it's time to incorporate the Zavali. So let's go here and splice them in. And now we are only growing Horatio in this planet, but now all of the Horatio everywhere in the entire empire are going to have a long-term bonus to the way that they work. So remember, it used to be 3 food and 2 happiness on hot. Now by splicing the Zavali in, all Horatio are going to have 2 extra approval and 1 extra knowledge. So that's how Horatio scales up. You just find alien species and splice their DNA in, and then bing bang boom, everything is great. What could possibly go wrong? But it is a very, very fast scaling economy once you've found an empire to conquer, like the Sophons, because you can also splice big empires, not just the miners. I do recommend starting with miners though, because the population requirements scale up. We'll see that as we start doing that, and like you do get to the point where you literally can't splice them. I think generally speaking, Daedalus, you want to splice the entire population if you can, because as you go you get rid of the non-symmetrical pops, because as you grow faster and faster, especially with Horatio, these pops are going to become way, way, way more efficient than literally every other single population that you have in your space. And so every population slot located on your cities for things, or on your planets that are not Horatio, both from a role-playing standpoint, because Horatio is not going to stand the other less beautiful aliens being here, but also just like from a min-maxing standpoint, you want to get rid of all of your non-symmetrical pops. They are taking land that should be in the hands of good Horatios. And that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable. Oh, that's a really good planet here in Pollux. And it's next to a bunch of other minor civilizations out here. So yeah, there's a lot of places for these revealers to go. Good deal. Good deal. All right, let's end this turn. I'm hoping that we find enough planets outside of our solar system that we get to trigger that flip and get better engines on our scouts. But we'll go ahead and do a quest here. So we've clicked accept the assist here. So now they've given us a quest. Now, in order to incorporate these guys, all we need to do is explore ruin type crew until we can incorporate them. We picked up an extra. Yeah. You should raise your Horatio ratio. Always raise your ratio. Thank you, Sunshine. Ratio. More exploration is just like always gonna be good anyway, but now we have a specific quest for that. Wow, we are just getting absolutely swamped by aliens here. That now we're getting boxed in. But we're getting boxed in a way that I think our fleet can support. So you see that the Sophons have attempted to colonize Lupus out from under our nose, but we can take that away from them and turn this into a big bonus for us. We're going to move our revealer over here, and we're going to blockade this planet. We're also going to dump in gold and manpower to steal troops from them. And then because we're colonizing here and we're going to be able to blockade them, we're actually going to get a free planet there on that colony. That's good. That's good. Getting free planets is usually powerful. Are there any ruins here? I guess it doesn't matter if there's a ruin here. We should explore it anyway. Are there ruins in Quaddus? Because that's what we're looking for. There's 5 over here. Life form, subterranean, atmospheric, life form, ruins. All right, so there's 1 ruins over there. That's enough for me to send this revealer out here to spike for 5. But we might need to get another revealer on the books, honestly, so that way we can try to get that minor civ down. Yeah, I think I'm okay for that, because we basically just want to get as much of this board as we can as quickly as we can, and that is going to involve us selling off these strategics. So we do have like a lot more income on the Hyperium side than on the Titanium side, and so we're going to try to utilize the Hyperium probes now that we have machine bacteria almost unlocked. But for now, we don't have any of that stuff, and I'm gonna go ahead and just sell a bunch of these. Ooh. And now Transvine is on the market, so we can actually get Transvine instead of Super Spuds for our basics. I don't think for Horatio in particular, I don't think anything other than Horatio is worth keeping, simply because Horatio like scales up so quickly on their own. But for a lot of the other ones, John, I think yes, I think a lot of the other species are actually really happy to have different minor civilizations, especially because the civs, like we're not going to see this here, but as you collect more and more of different types of minor civilizations, you get tons of extra like bonuses. So like Savali, for instance, on a normal civilization, if you can hold these guys there, keeping 20% extra research on all of your planets is insanely good. Insanely good. But yeah, I just, generally speaking, for these guys, for Horatio, anything less than perfection is not to be tolerated. And that is what Horatio offers us. So we're just gonna go ahead and just buy a bunch of stuff out of Adana. Maybe even a public-private. No, we would have to. Well, actually, could we do this? if we wanted to maximize super spuds, we're at +6 right now. Yeah, Zavali are really good. They're one of the best to try to keep around. I just, broadly speaking, don't think that you need them as Horatio. I'm gonna buy some of these transvines. The transvines are gonna give us a lot of extra approval locally, which is gonna like dramatically increase the number of colonies that we can have. It's going to have some issues whereby linking our modernization to a resource that we are not currently producing, that is a big problem. But I think we can fix that long term, and getting extra approval here would give us extra both food and influence locally, and therefore help Adana push back against getting devoured by the Academy, but also give us like higher empire approval, and therefore more research and growth on that side as well. Public-private, yeah. So we're working towards public-private investments. Where is she? But I think the best thing here for us really is to pick up Science and Exploration 3. Like it's just really important to get more things scouted on this board, so that way you get more resources. Because really what you want to get as quickly as you can, if you're playing with Horatios, you want to pick up impactless sites and neural robotics, so that way you can run predictive logistics. This thing is insane on Horatio, simply because you're going to have a lot of colonized planets, and that is really important. Yeah, we are blue. We are currently being squeezed pretty hard, but I don't think that's the end of the world. I think we're gonna take you. Andrew. No, we'll be fine. Because right now we're gonna be able to hopefully get this minor civ ASAP. Oh, we can't. Oh, right. Shoot, we can't actually blockade with this revealer because there's no gun on it. So this one we're gonna have to throw some kind of weapon on it. Plasma beam, go. Oh, but we can race this one over there actually. Yeah, we can race that one over there by just upgrading its engines. And you can get there in one turn. Perfect. Looks like we're probably not going to get that unique planet goal, but that's okay. And now, because we have a weapon on this revealer, we can blockade it. So we will colonize before the Sophonity, and then we'll get their extra planet for free. So that's a really big upgrade. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll come here and we'll scout that out. Yeah, I know, Sophons, whatever. Like, complain more. Tell me about your problems. Let's take some extra knowledge, extra research. That's pretty important. But the more resources that you put into the planet where they are governor, like by rushing and whatnot, the better. And so by putting this extra hero on our capital, it's going to get extra experience points into Andro even faster, because it's going to scale off of the number of population that we're growing and the amount of stuff that we're making. And so by putting them into here, we'd be pretty... Yeah, the old Academy, we would be dead, absolutely. But the old Academy is not the new one. It's entirely different these days. That is one of the nice upgrades on the Remnant, is that, or on the Reawakening patch, is that now it's not like a guaranteed a death sentence. Okay, so we can catapult both of these minor civs. Now all we need to do in order to get those is explore ruins So hopefully we can find a ruins here. Do you have a ruin? You have subterranean poop. Well, we gotta find a ruin to explore so that we can incorporate these guys, because as soon as we do, we will also incorporate those guys, and then we'll be at 5 pretty darn fast, which is exactly what we're looking for. That's okay, that's fine. I guess if we have to, we can always buy rush another revealer off of Lupus and then have them go somewhere. Are there really no other ruins over here? It does look like there are really no other ruins over here, so I guess that's a good reason for us to really want to be rushing through the studier here to get up to level 3. So what can we take on the cheap? This is actually really important, picking up behemoths. That is crucial, but I think all these, yeah, all right. So here eukaryotic sap is just 1 turn because it is a little cheaper. It is less expensive because we have the technology leading into it. And here getting 5 extra approval isn't like a big deal, but this is just 1 extra turn that we shave off of finishing this research, and we really do want to get it done. We want to be able to use these guys to explore everything as quickly as possible, so that way we lock these things down and we don't get sniped by an AI who completes their quest first, because that would be pretty devastating. So let's see here. We can hack. I guess we'll just keep hacking the Academy, honestly. Like, these two, I think we're going to be able to get those next turn, unless somebody steals it this turn on the roll around, because we should have a lot of things that we can explore now. Pilgrims are very, very loyal. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we've discovered the Craver Homeworld. Okay, yeah, so the Cravers are already at 17 population in their capital. That is pretty scary. But it is not the end of the world. That's just the way the Cravers go. They grow really quickly. We'll do that. I think, actually, should we change our revealer yet again? I think I want to change our revealer yet again, so that way we have a Hyperion probe on this thing. And I think I'm okay leaving it with just 1 Hyperion probe and 1 regular probe, and then double movement and a gun here, because now we do need the ability for our revealers to actually be able to deny colonies. So I'm okay dedicating a little space to that if so desires. Are you going to be a ruin? Please be a ruin. Academy, be a ruin. You know you want to be a ruin. Ruin, yes. And be lucky. Yes. Oh, yes. All right, good. We are in business, everybody. Yeah, so Umbral Choir is one of my favorite. I think Umbral Choir is really, really interesting thematically, simply because you're like good guys but also bad guys, the way that things are in Endless Space 2 sometimes. But I think Horatio is honestly like mechanically pretty easy to adjust your expectations into other play styles. I'm gonna stop selling our titanium now, because we are gonna need that in order to utilize the technologies that we're about to start researching. But given that we haven't found any adamantium yet, we don't necessarily need to go directly into neurorobotics. Something that we can do here to make our life a little easier vis-a-vis all these stupid little pirates that are flying around is start working on a military. So the first military technology that's like really available to you in the game is efficient shielding. Another really important military technology is Behemoth blueprints, and we will need to take that sooner or later, but I do think that we're going to have to interact with the Academy as well, so we're going to need to pick up Xenobiology first. So our Behemoth will come on a little later, but we do need efficient shielding. This thing locks your access to protectors and attackers. So you can see here the Marchio class is an attacker, and this is a protector, and they're small. The way combat works in Endless Space 2 is that your protectors will proactively try to shoot at enemy attackers, and vice versa when it comes to combat. So having some mix of things is generally advisable, but unfortunately for Horatio, I feel like we're going to say that a lot, but unfortunately for Horatio, when we get our efficient shielding designs, you'll see why it's like typically pretty difficult to rush with them. Their ships are really bad. Their ships are really bad. They have very few overall slots on them, and that means that like you really cannot afford to take early game fights. It looks like somehow Altair is still alive, so I guess I regret not trying to buddy up to them earlier. Maybe we'll even, I don't know about Virgo. I want to buddy up to these guys, but they are literally right next to Cravers. That I think that was a little bit of wasted influence that we spent on them. And there is crucially another thing that we can be spending influence on, but not just yet. I think what we need to do actually probably on Adana is we probably need to build the Apogee Center here, so that way it can start pushing back against the Academy, because I don't want us to be like entirely under another alien control here. That'd be pretty bad for us. Let's see here. We can hack. I think I want to change our revealer yet again, so that way we have a little bit of space to But I think the rest of this turn is looking fine here. All right, so there you can see already actually up here that the Sophons have really high quality space. Boy, do they have really high quality space. Yeah, I know, bro. Like, get angry at me. Yeah, that you've got to just spam ships, and that is basically what we're gonna have to do. But Sophons here have antimatter and adamantium. So like, unless we get into a deliberate knockdown drag out fight with Cravers immediately, this is incredibly high quality space that we would love to be in charge of. So we might pick a fight with Sophons. We might be picking a fight with Sophons whether we want to or not, but we might want to pick a fight with Sophons anyway. So here we're just exploring a bunch of stuff. I think broadly speaking, the 20 food here on Colonies on Empire is going to be really important because we already have 4 colonies that we're working with. So we're going to take cattle. More red sang. Okay, unfortunate that we didn't find either antimatter or adamantium, because like just like with clearing things in Age of Wonders 4, whenever you clear things here, if you discovered a place with adamantium, you get 5 for just discovering it. And while we've been able to sell, Hyperium for 20 or 30 at a time, adamantium, when it first shows up, costs like 80 or 90. You can get outrageous amounts of money very quickly that way. It looks like, yes, indeed, we are still on track to seizing control of Lupus. We're gonna disband the cells here. Once we have access to Impactless sites, we might legitimately just sell the minor civilization ships. We can disband them or scrap them to refund the manpower as well, which also can be very powerful. Sophons have surprisingly good fleets, but I think that if we can militarily outscale them by just picking up way more units, I think we can win that fight. Assuming that we can find a good and reliable source of antimatter or adamantium. You kind of need one of them in order to really rock and roll, but so far we haven't found one. But that's not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. All right, so Adana is still just like in growth mode. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and actually pick up colonize Ash here, and then yeah, their small attackers are really good. Now, fortunately for us, we're gonna have to use our small defenders anyway, so these guys are going to be like kind of the core of the army, sort of, at least until we get access to the better like medium ships. What you want to do here is probably something like this, where you build the tool with only one. So here, let's design a basic tool for us. What we really are going to end up wanting on this is probably something like like a level 1 shield and like a level 1 laser or something like that. At least do it on the cheap. But right now, we're going to want to do it on the even cheaper, so that way we can minimize the amount of production that we need to put in, and therefore maximize the amount of dust that we can use to make these ships. Because we hopefully are gonna get a lot of extra dust as we continue to explore things. We've got enough revealers. We just need places for them to reveal things, and then that economy should really be rocking and rolling. That's not a bad place for them to go, actually. Going out here could be pretty reasonable. And colonizing Pollux could also be pretty reasonable, because that is some more titanium for us, and we are desperately hard up for titanium. So you know what, actually, let's see. Beautifier, we can make you have double scavenged ram scoops, and then you would be really quick at getting down to Pollux. So how long would it take Partalus to make a beautifier, or how much dust would it cost us to just buy it? 551. 551 is not an outrageous amount. Let's just go ahead and drop in a bunch of our super spuds, and I guess, man, we do actually want to keep an eye on buying Transfine now that we've locked it in as our tier 1. The best thing really that you can lock in as like your basic level 2 modernization most of the time is something like Jadonics, so that way you can get the plus extra 60 production on systems. But I think Transvine is largely better than Super Spuds at the very beginning. Super Spuds is ridiculous once you start getting into the mid to late game, because ways that you can really scale up your economy in this game is just by rushing a lot of stuff. And they're stacking up Spuds is really good. But I think here I'm going to go ahead and just buy out the Beautifier. Yeah, Ram Scoop is the best movement module by a big margin. And I think we're going to have that Beautifier just go down to Pollux, because we don't even have a colony really after this is done. And you usually want to be working on a colony. That's usually pretty powerful. Alright, Zoibin will go ahead and unlock more hero points here, right? Yeah, we're just going to... Oh, actually, you know what? Let's work on a Counselor. Let's start leveling up that direction, and do some scouting here. Should we praise the Diuvians? I thought these guys were dead, but it looks like maybe not. It looks like maybe actually now I'm talking myself into taking on the Cravers early, just because they do at least have an adamantium deposit here, and I think if we're gonna fight the Sophons, that we might legitimately need it. Alright, I'm going to send that Beautifier down here to Pollux, because I think that is actually really crucial to control this lane over here. And I suppose on that note, we might as well try to integrate Epistis. So this is at... I don't think we need to keep that there. Oh, we have 8 planets colonized within our empire. We get 75 extra Super Spuds. Fantastic. Well, at least we have Super Spuds online. We're not gonna have the economy necessary to translate that into raw resources all of the time, but here what we can do is pick up cool copies. So we have 2 levels of now established for Ecologist, which means that this thing is available to you as you get more and more ranks up by keeping the same politicians in power over and over again. You'll get access to better and better laws. This is going to be expensive on our influence, like no way around it. Now we're into negative influence growth. That's pretty spooky. Except that this city here, or this place here, Adana, is going to work on the Cultural Apogee Center. This looks like it's going to be impossibly difficult to build because it's currently 9 turns, but I think we can fix that up pretty quickly by just dropping in a little bit of population growth here. So let's see. I think it's going to be planetary landscaping. I think that's going to be our best bet. This is really important over here, all of this stuff. Like, anything with chameleon spaces, being able to add extra, we haven't quite gotten here yet, but Slag and Sludge Center is a way that you can upgrade specific planets, and if you can get Slag and Sludge down on your adamantium and your antimatter, that is fantastic. I mean, commercial frameworks is pretty good. But yeah, I think we need a little bit of population growth on that planet. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab planetary landscaping. And then we're going to go into survival suits, and we're going to aim to pick up autonomous construction and focused plasma in very short order immediately after that, so that way we can make some ships to go take these stupid pirates out, because they do harass you, but more importantly, by conquering them, you can save yourself quite a lot of money. You get some good resources there. I guess here I'm going to build a revealer. That's too many turns. Yeah, this planet. This little place of yours, Pardalis, you guys were living on some really low quality planets here, but I guess we got a free quest, so I can't complain that much. Yeah, let's start with Xeno-Industrial, and then we'll take Cerebral, and then probably Public-Private. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Important to note here that Ecologist does not allow you to colonize on gas planets. So, like, Ecologists, yes, they let you colonize on most things, but not literally everything. But that's okay. Like, sometimes that's the way these economies work. All right, so now I think we want to save the influence so we can run cool copies for longer. So I'm not going to praise these guys. There's also the problem that they are adjacent to the Cravers, and there remains a non-zero chance that the Cravers just decide to devour them, at which point I would prefer to not be there. So it looks like that revealer actually doesn't have a ton of stuff that it can reveal. Although we could go down to Virgo, and I guess I'll boost them by 1 just so that way we can do some refitting here if we need it. So that way our scout can at least keep moving east if we hook this way. Yeah, that looks pretty reasonable. Oh, but we did find antimatter. All right, I don't know how we found. We must have just been like sending probes at everything like crazy and then clicking through it all. we must have just been playing the game the way that you play a Walker, clicking through everything without reading anything. That's how you got those. All right, good conversation, Walker. Thank you. But now we have access to Cepheus, another one of the minor civs that we incorporated, and I think here because we see lavas with double like nice bonuses, this is an opportunity where once we get enough influence, we could drop Cram Exam Act and get the bonuses for anomalies. That is really good. But now, for now, this colony is dog water when it comes to building stuff. Oh my god, you suck at building stuff, planet. I guess this is 10 extra production, so that's like a 25% increase in production speed here. That's probably worth it. But we're gonna have to sell some more Hyperium despite my declaration that we were not living that life anymore. The amount of negotiation with yourself is just crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah, some of these, okay, yeah, you're right. So this one already comes with a planet upgrade. At the beginning of the game, when you incorporate minor civilizations, you have access to like this auto upgrade. Yo, what's up, Gregory? Yeah, I love and hate Cravers. They're my favorite faction to play as and my least favorite faction to play against. But yeah, we're gonna do another After the End stream next week. I don't know if it's gonna be Troy in California or not, because there does still seem to be the bug where you can't actually revoke titles playing as Troy until you destroy the Governator title, which means that like all of the stuff that interacts with oh sick, we got all of the quests in this run. This is endless difficulty. Like we just managed to out economy them early, the AI that is. Oh jeez, and now we have to run away, and now everything starts to fall apart because we did take apart our military. But yeah, After the End we're gonna stream next week. I haven't figured out what it's gonna be just yet. Bro, you're demanding we leave Craver territory. I had no idea that we were in Craver territory. Absolutely none. I don't know what you're talking about, he says, lying through his teeth. Let's see, Lupus is up and running now, and as I mentioned, because we were colonizing at the same time as the Sophons, and we actually finished it before the Sophons, we got this planet for free. We didn't even have to invest any construction into it. So sniping enemy colonies like that is actually fantastic for you. You can't always do it. Sometimes you're on the other side of it. But yeah, Pat Arthur, that might happen. I mean, like, if not, then the faction that I want to play in our multiplayer game with Skylar and Ashley and John and people is sort of like Cravers, except different. Like, I wrote a short story for it that I'll post whenever we get to that point. But I like playing as the Crisis in this game whenever possible. I think that's super fun. Yeah, them burning their own worlds is a feature, absolutely. Like it's so flavorful. It's so flavorful, as are we to the Cravers. All right, so we're just gonna keep exploring things here, guys. No, stop, please. Someone over here, give me antimatter. I swear to God. Altair is the only source of antimatter over here. The planet that is currently getting threatened by the Cravers is our source of antimatter. I don't know about that, Walker. I don't think you can convince me that is a good idea for you to pursue. I think rather we're just gonna send the revealer over here to Decky to start exploring in that direction. Cultural Apogee Center is still 7 turns away despite buy rushing that thing. That's kind of annoying, but you know, we're gonna come up with a solution somehow. We'll always come up with a solution somehow. And the solution might legitimately be to invest in a bunch of protectors. Our dust economy is currently not fast enough that I feel confident in our ability to just like go crazy on selling strategics, because we what strategics, Walker? So we probably have to redesign our tools to actually use more production rather than dust. But soon enough, we should get access to enough resources to stop having to sell all of our strategics. That is where you want to get eventually. Once you don't have to sell your strategics and your luxuries, then you feel like you're in a great place. Great place. Autonomous construction gives us access to tanks, so let's go ahead and show that off. So, battle in Lucas, retreat. Yeah, we'll just run away from the pirates. That's fine. Stop attacking us, though. I would really appreciate that. We're gonna disband this revealer actually, so that way it's not getting attacked over and over again by those stupid pirates, and then we'll have to drop in some tools somewhere to drive them off. But let's go ahead and grab a little extra research. Yeah, this is the way it is. Like, the Horatio and Walker and the aliens, they're always just arguing with each other, and it's ridiculous. Yeah, conquering worlds from Cravers is very low value. Sometimes you can just get around Cravers by just ignoring them and letting them devour their own planets, and then if they don't kill you, their economy drops off a cliff. Playing as them yourself, your goal with Cravers always has to be just like, you're a shark, just keep moving. And that is definitely the best way to play them, because your planets mean nothing to you. All right, we'll just send this revealer 2 off in this direction to see who else we can find. Let's see, where else are these guys going? I guess you're going to be here in one turn, and then we can start probing them a lot. So actually, we're at the point where I don't think we need to invest any more resources into making Apistis happy with us, because we're getting pretty close to being able to assist them, actually. Yeah, you know what? This is fine. We'll just end it here. Oh, boom. You should... No, we're not going to... Nah, just keep hacking the Academy, Walker. If you're close enough to an enemy home system, you can hack the home system itself, and then you can get tech from them, and that's really, really good. But just hacking the home system for experience points is almost never a bad thing. Okay, so request system. We need more relations with the Academy in order to request systems from them. Let's see. We're gonna need to give them resources, but like we can't afford to give them titanium, can we? Can we afford to give them titanium? Where's the Academy rolls? Yeah, if we gave them titanium, it would be literally just giving them titanium for relationship with them, and right now actually none of their systems have the tier 2 strategics, so I'm not wasting the resources. The ecologists are still in control. Yeah, everyone has overcolonization penalties, but I don't think it matters as much with Cravers. Like you're gonna end up with a lot of low quality worlds by the end of it. There's just kind of no way around that. It is the way. As long as you conquer space faster than you destroy your planets, then Cravers are still in a good spot. But you do have to do it in that order. You have to conquer space faster than you destroy your planets. All right, so expedition is successful. Thank God we found adamantium. Oh baby. All right, that is an enormous upgrade, especially considering that we're going to be able to assist these guys in 2 turns. So then we'll be able to incorporate them hopefully in more like 5 or 6 or something like that. That's a reason to potentially delay the Pollux colony for 2 turns actually here, because there's a quest that comes off of minor civilizations, which is just found a colony next to them, and right now there's nobody threatening this colony that makes me want to like move it. So I'm actually gonna leave the colonist there for just science's sake, to see if we can get this back to back. That would be pretty rough for going over colonization penalties, because we'd be up to 2 over, but because we did take our system development as as approval. As long as we can find some more sources of transvine, then we can keep juicing that system approval locally. Let's see. We sent those probes out there, and that's out there. That can pass. That's fine. I guess now we can create another fleet with this revealer and see, is there anybody else that you can actually go to? I guess we can go here. Yeah, we can go there. And here, if you had a bunch of extra dust, we could even like heal and upgrade it. That wouldn't be a bad thing. But 217 dust is like enough for us to go ahead and just buy rush another ship, because here it's been damaged. Whenever you retreat from anyone, you take damage. So that way you can't just like bounce around space forever without engaging anyone in combat. That's I think good that you can't do that. All right, well, we still don't have like great access to resources within our own space, so we might be forced to take evaporation inhibitors here. But if we're going into evaporation inhibitors in terms of like saving ourselves science, because this PEV scale accelerators feeds into evaporation inhibitors, we're going to save basically all of the research that we would spend here in order to speed this along. Because, yeah, we really do need to start digging up some good spaces down here for us. We could take intensive cultivation on this capital. There's a lot of population space because there's a lot of relatively large cities here. So, yeah, actually, I'm going to take intensive cultivation. Adana is still working along. We could potentially get more production by just dropping those guys here. Is that faster? No, it's not even faster because of the local penalties. Yeah, this planet has some local penalties just because we can't actually live on Ash currently. So one of the benefits for playing with ecologists is that you can colonize every single planet, but you have a 50% penalty on all production out of that planet unless you have the colonization technology for it. And although we could research this in one turn, I don't know if that's worth it for just one Ash. So I don't think we're gonna go there this turn. I don't think that's in our cards. I think we'll just let the Apogee Center get built naturally, as slowly as that is. Because once this thing pops off in population, then we should be all right. And actually, I'm gonna go ahead and buy rush the sustainable farms for exactly that reason, just to get more population here to juice this bonus, so that way we can keep running cool copies as long as we can. And the price on spuds has crashed, so I don't think we're going to sell any of that, but I think we are going to go ahead and sell some dark litter just to lock in a little bit of the dust at this price. I don't hate it, because at least it was there in the double digits. We need some dust right now, and there was a resource that we weren't currently using. Evaporation inhibitors is now 2 turns. Yeah, so we because we reduced the cost there. Actually, we can show this in the research thing here. It was what, 1444, and now it's 1149, and it only cost us 285 or whatever to research PEV scale. Researching things along a line is sometimes free, depending on what research costs you're already looking at. Do be aware of that. Do be aware of that. Epistis, one more turn, baby. One more turn, and then you're totally gonna join the Empire just instantaneously for us, right? Because you just love it here. I guess we'll go scout out Ikima. Yeah, we'll go just keep interacting with all these minor civs. Like if this is where our adamantium and antimatter comes from, that's fine with me. As long as it comes from somewhere, I don't care. Oh yes. Oh yes. All right. So we got antimatter and adamantium in the same system. That is so good. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so it does impact it, but it impacts it locally. So we're gonna have some issues in some of those planets that in some of these colonies that have pretty low approval, like here and here especially. These two we're gonna have to build infinite supermarkets in at a minimum, and we're probably also going to have to find the transvine in order to add the transvine on those spaces as well, because these guys are gonna have some problems not only with the penalties from being over colonization in short order, but also due to the fact that they're living on ash and lava and stuff like that. Unsurprisingly, when you take carbon-based life forms and you ask them to live on a lava planet, they get pretty angry. I think that's flavorful. I don't know about you guys, but if somebody told me that I had to live on a lava planet, like Mustafar, I would probably have an emotional breakdown. I'm a very heavy-set and hairy man, and so I don't like warm weather. Period. The idea of living on a lava planet is enough for me. I'm not here for it. I am not here for it. Okay, so I think we've set that up. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and pass this turn. This is a really good plan, really good system too here, actually, in Nair. It honestly might be better than the system that we were eyeballing colonizing, so I'm kind of glad that we delayed it for a second reason. Is Nair better than Pollux, actually? Okay, so they have declared war on us, the Sophons. That's important to know. That is important to know. Because now we gotta do something to just dump some units on this board. Right now, Sophon has 2 accelerators, so that's not like a real army right now. But now, because we do have some dust, because we were lucky enough to find adamantium and antimatter at the last minute, we can sell an absolute crap ton of this stuff, and then turn around and make some cheap tools. So here, I think we are going to leave them on 1 ram scoop. Let's see how much it would cost us to upgrade in the event that we built this thing like as this, and then upgraded it into the new one. So right now, 1, 2, and 3. So that'd be 140 Empire Dust per upgrade if we wanted to do it that way. Right now, the accelerators are on all long-range weapons, so we actually would probably want to put, rather than putting lasers on those guys, we would want to put either high eye slugs or more likely just perfected slugs, because I don't think we want to be dumping titanium into low-tier defenders like this. But either way, that's not an insane amount of dust for us to have to be investing in order to drive these guys off. So let's go ahead and drop in a couple of tools, and because we're doing it on the cheap, I'm hoping that we can get like a tool done in a couple of different colonies. These guys are so bad on the industry side. Maybe we can do it with an entirely naked tool, honestly. 75 production. Is 75 production enough for us to care about shaving those off? Because we haven't, unfortunately, been queuing up like an enormous amount of production. Let's see, there's 1. There's another one here. And we do have the leftovers from the free city, from the minor civilizations. We have the 2 leftover knives and the 2 leftover other things, but those are almost entire the cells. These are effectively non-existent in terms of their combat efficacy. But if you have other ships with them, the other ships will contribute to combat. It looks like probably we can get a tool out of here, a couple of tools out of there. Yeah, I can get a couple of tools out of there. I don't think this guy's going to siege this down in 1 turn. Nah, it doesn't look like it. But what we can do to make things harder for the Sophons trying to attack us is go ahead and use our armor. So we unlocked this earlier with the goal of being able to use it against pirates, and it looks like the Sophons have other things in mind. So we're just going to go ahead and jack our armor scaling into outer space. So now if Sophons decide to attack us, they have to A, have armor themselves, and B, they probably have to have a pretty meaningful advantage when it comes to military. All right, so let's assist them. reach 12 population excluding your main population inhabitants. So this epistus basically just told us, hey, you guys are not supposed to be splicing any of these genes in order to incorporate us. Take a little break, but that's okay because we can do that as long as we find something that we can splice for 4 population. We're not going to be like woefully behind in terms of how the Horatio grow here. Yep. Okay, so there are apparently dust pirates down here, which is not my brand. So I guess we're gonna go to Nair, because I think this is going to be a better colony for us right now. Tiny Terran is not a long-term scaling solution in terms of population, because Tiny is very, very bad in terms of long-term growth, but getting just this extra titanium and Hyperium online is crucial. And then we're also going to be able to start building the steps, and this is a huge city, or a huge planet for us to build onto. We'll waste a little bit of our dust here on trying to get Nair done ASAP, so that way we can actually, move on with our economic lives. And I guess we'll go send the Revealer out to Calum. And explore. And beautiful. Now we have ludicrous amounts of Hyperium because we got that quest done, so we can actually save ourselves even more dust towards our military. So yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's annoying that they attacked us literally this turn, because if you guys would just wait a couple of turns, Sophon, then we could have a couple more ships on this board. But I think it's time for us to fight them anyway. 7 movement, and there are pirates here, so we're just gonna go ahead and launch some preparatory probes in that direction, and then fly out this way. Sometimes you want to curve the probes just so we can see like lots of different things, but yeah, I'm addicted to selling Hyperium. I love it. I love selling Hyperium. I love selling luxuries. Don't at me. I love selling stuff. You sell all the stuff, and then you get all this dust, and then you put it into things and ships and guns, and you're just gonna have a great time. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it here. Oh, we got another Hiroshim. All right, cool. Begelli. All right, so this, sometimes you get like little pop-ups for unique planets, and they'll tell you like the lore of the planet. So here, this is Begelli, which is a base for endless research stations. The Endless Dungeon game that just came out a couple of months ago is, I think, supposed to be set in one of those sorts of endless space research facility locations. I'm pretty sure. Lupus still's got nothing here, kid. So we're just gonna have that one tool locally, and then 2 more tools. All right, yeah, so we can add 2 tools there. Indeed, this place is getting furious, as we anticipated. Some of the colonies are gonna get pretty mad because they are living on the surface of the sun, or just overcrowded into outer space. These guys are actually living not on the surface of the sun, but rather on the surface of an ice moon, which I'm gonna go ahead and say that is also pretty bad. I don't blame you guys for getting mad about that. But we are working on xenoanthropology now, so that'll help offset things as well. Oh, laws canceled, of course. So our laws were canceled. They're off of the cool copies simply because we ran out of the necessary influence. But this is actually an opportunity for us to just fix up all of our approval problems. Just cancel the Cram Exam Act. And then look, everyone's happy. We just cancel Cram Exam and then you're done. And we actually have enough dust in our bank, and like now we are working on strategic resources that are not the end of the universe. I'm just going to take brains over bucks. The extra 20% research is going to be pretty helpful. Oh, we discovered an amoeba. Okay, start negotiations. I'm going to go ahead and just praise them because we now have positive influence income. It doesn't matter if we're actually going to strip these guys away from the Hisho. Probably not, because Hisho is another one of those aliens that are very hostile if you start getting into their territory. But hey, if they're going to have 5 things for us to explore locally, how am I supposed to say no? Like, you guys, Hisho, you guys could have launched all of those probes. You guys could have taken all this dust, but I guess if that's not your jam, then I can't say that's wrong. It's just concerning, because now the Sophons are going to be in a lot of trouble. Boom. Let's take this and explore you guys. Cool. Looks like this is actually its own constellation right here in ICMA. Yeah, it is its own constellation, and we are probably going to be alone on it, considering that now we are probably going to be able to incorporate you in maybe 1 or 2 turns, and then maybe you guys soon after that. Yeah, the Weeaboo Samurai Chickens, that is exactly what the issue are. They're pretty fun, but they're also pretty silly. Alright, so we're going to send that probe out there, and it looks like now they're up to 5 accelerators, but they are all still on... Okay, no, we got 1 on short, and then we've got range. So all of their attacks are currently being made with long-range attacks, with what are they called? Projectile attacks. So although I do like shields generally because they do regenerate and stuff, the armor is just going to be a lot more important against fighting these dudes. You know what? I think that's it. I think we can end this turn. Yeah, I think we can end this turn. Let's see what the Sophons do here. But it looks like they're probably not launching an invasion this turn, which means they are about to be in a bit of trouble. Hey, quit demanding money. Get out of here. We're working on a military right now. Suck it. All y'all get out of here. Stop bullying Horatio. We have important things to do. We're probably gonna have to take our next hero as a space hero, just so we don't get like completely slaughtered. But now we have double tool here, so we can go ahead and actually design a real tool. Yeah, let's design a real tool. 1, 2, and we said we were facing down a bunch of projectiles. So we could take here monohull plating, or we could even take high eye. Like we have a bunch of titanium income now. If we did that, what would we take as our weapons? We would just probably take perfected slugs. Do you guys have better protection per salvo? Flak damage on squadron is the same, so not really. So yeah, the perfected slugs I think is going to be the right weapon for this, considering that we just saw 3 units with missiles, and so if we can just get a bunch of slugs here, we can shoot them down as they're coming in. But I think it's important enough that we're going to go ahead and take the high eye plating, because it's actually cheaper for us in terms of industry on these ships, and I think we do have the titanium to spare right now. Yeah, 401, that's fine. We'll go ahead and create you guys as a fleet. Yep, go on down there. This looks like a pirate ship that... You guys are crazy. What are you doing here? Why are you attacking? Why are you attacking this little place of Partolus? Get out of here. Be gone. Could have maybe queued a couple of more tools first, because now we're going to have 4, 9 against 5, but considering that 2 of them are going to be like kind of pointless units. You know what? Actually, let's split the difference. So I'm going to go ahead and design tools again, and we're going to strip the weapons and the armor off, but we'll keep the engines on. So that way at least some of this stuff is being built with production rather than with dust. So that way we can use the dust for things other than our army. But we're going to just drop in as many tools as we can this turn as well. Looks like it's going to be 1 for most of those cities. Should you make another tool at 150, or should you just build something else down here? Partolus, tell me your ways, Partolus. Tell me the secrets. The reason, by the way, that I think that you largely want to neglect your attacker here as Horatio is that you only have 2. You have basically the same types of slots. So we could do this just to like highlight the differences between the different types of ships. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it this way. We'll build a weapon. We'll build one weapon here. I think we're gonna have enough production for that. No? We have to take another engine out of the weapon. Is that correct? I want to get this down to 1 turn. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we'll make one weapon in that cluster, and then we'll throw some guns on that one too. I guess we have to take production on colonies. Like, we really can't afford to slow down our military growth here. That would be pretty bad. That's okay. That's okay. Luxuries. Nothing here. That's a level. That's good. All right. So here we go. Where were we? Oh, right. We're dealing with the Sophon incursion. Right. I'm okay just still exploring through Hijau space. Like, I don't mind exploring things for them. They get the, like, access to whatever it is that we reveal here, but we get the starting Cosmer, so that's pretty good. Oh yeah, all right, sure, we'll take this quest. Sometimes they appear with a pirate, but sometimes you get a ship for free, and it looks like we got a ship for free. All right, cool. So that ship, unfortunately, we're not really going to be able to use because it's like all the way on the other side of space. But fortunately for us, we can just go ahead and scrap it. So we'll get the manpower back. And that is going to be important because we do not want to be sending ships at the Sophons that don't have staff, because then they will dramatically underperform in combat, and that would be pretty bad. Well, this revealer here really doesn't have anything to do other than maybe go to Calum, because there's a billion things to scout down there. Yeah, alright. Ah, more adamantium. Good. Alright, well, you know, and more antimatter. Boy, some of these minor civilization planets are actually really bad now, like Partalus. Maybe we could. Isn't there an abandoned system button? I thought there was an abandoned system button that you could build, because like that system sucks. There's absolutely no local like resources in this place, and the planets are not particularly good. So if it wasn't for the fact that we were getting like that system sort of for free by virtue of the fact that the minor civilization is coming to us. Oh, hello Loki. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, one of our boys is coming by, these spooky kitty cats. Let's see. I guess, you know what, we're still in the just like sell these strategic big time dust guys. And we can dump some Hyperium too. Oh, and of course we can dump the Gossamer. Get the dust there for upgrading some ships. And I guess we could even take a look to see if there's enough Transvine. There's not, but if we buy all of the Transvine, that might encourage anybody else who's just like sitting on it to dump it. Because I wouldn't hate having that actually. And how much would it cost? It would cost us 32 in order to do Horatio, so we're not going to do that just yet. We will give like as many boosts to Horatio as we can, but mostly that's only going to be affordable once we have the cool copies online. And right now we do not have the influence for that, unfortunately. Virgo, I mean, we could praise you guys once, and then we would have enough to try to snipe them with an assist. So I guess we'll do that. And then I think that's probably same here, right? We'd have to praise you guys. No, just once we'll do it. So yeah, that's a worthy endeavor when it comes to our influence, I think. And then that one will come back for Ikma. Some of these we might legitimately leave as like minor civilizations on the map, so that way we don't have to deal with them. But most of the time it's worth it to take their systems just for your own economy scaling, so that way you get the adamantium and stuff. God, there's so many high quality systems here actually. This is like conquering this stuff from them, from the Sophons would be great, but if it does look like it's impossible, then I don't care, because there's so much high quality stuff here. Okay. So we did manage to absorb one of those minor civilizations. Yep, got 30 more Hyperium for potentially dusting. Yeah, listen, Cravers, I get it. Whatever. Get as angry as you want. Write a letter to the HOA or whatever. I guess you can go back. This is where there's a potential pirate quest, right? I think that's what we have here is a quest. Yeah, the pirate quest. But we can still scout for a life form here and see if we get something fancy. Nope. Oh, that's not bad though. If we have any moons that we can exploit, that's actually really good. Let's see, boom, boom, and I guess we'll take that last spot next turn. 25 influence and more antimatter. Yeah, all right. So indeed, this is the core where people are going to be really trying to compete for power. But I think we can drive the Cravers off because we did manage to incorporate the minor civ here, and with those 2 knives, we should be able to drive off this little group. Oh, and of course, we have incorporated a minor civ, which means that now we can actually go ahead and Genesplice somebody, and then we'll be set up to Genesplice somebody else a couple of turns after that. So this is production and dust, production and food. I think in some ways it's better than Stellaris, but it's very different. Like, Stellaris is a game that is played on real time, you know, with pause, but, like, this is a turn-based 4X. And then also this is, like, a game that focuses a lot more on the interaction of, like, a couple of different types of resources with each other, and I think that makes it play pretty differently in a way that's interesting. But it just depends on what sort of game experience you're looking for, I think. So unfortunately, we can't go through Zubin because the Academy is blockading this, and so anyone who moves there gets stuck. I wish the AI would, like, the auto-pathing AI would know that, because it is a little annoying when they go to the wrong location for you. But it's okay. It's the way it is. All right, so now we have, I think, enough units that we can merge them all together and be able to drive off the Sophons. Because they just have 4 accelerators and a hero right now. Yeah, I think that's true. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually break off the knives, because those guys are going to be the slowest. And we'll do the same thing with these cells here, because those guys are also going to be really slow. And then everybody else should be able to dive there next turn. Let's go ahead and sell the antimatter, sell a little more Hyperium. Looks like we have enough Hyperium, honestly, that we could probably build some Hyperium infrastructure right now, but we do need to get a Behemoth online, so we might have to back up here and actually get Behemoth and analyzers, so that way we can get a science Behemoth down, because we want to get something here, so that way we just, like, get a bunch of extra research speed, because research speed is gonna go down as we have Stellar Node analyzer in line. So here in Adana, I guess how many pops do we have? 14, so this is 28 extra science. That's not bad. That's actually fine. And I wouldn't hate having more production locally either. If we need to do some conscription, then I'm totally there for that too. That's just something where you kind of have to play it by ear. Strategic resource deposit is going to get us a lot of extra production here, so yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, take that go. Yeah, the soundtrack in this game is unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is the city that is currently under siege, so I guess we'll build impervious bunkers, so that way in the event that something goes very badly in this battle, at the very least there will be some local defense in place, but I think we're gonna be okay. I'll drop in another weapon, because that one will be able to get there in time, and you guys can get here in time too, right? Who has the most movement points in this stack? Nobody has the most movement points in that stack, Walker. But if this guy can get there, yeah, that guy can get there, so that everyone can get there. All right, cool. We'll drop in, I guess, another weapon then, because that's also still just, like, cheap. Pass. It would actually just select all and merge. And then I guess now let's fix up the final designs for these guys, so that way we don't have anyone showing up to a fight that doesn't have any weapons, because I forgot to fix that. Yeah, those two are gonna have titanium, and I guess the weapon is gonna be upgraded into oops all weapons. Honestly, I don't even hate that. Oops all weapons is pretty good. I don't like the fact that we're investing even more titanium into this, but I think it's the right thing for us to do. Yeah, we'll take oops all guns on the weapon, because right now it looks like on the Sophon side they only have attackers, which means that all of their attacks will be preferentially going towards our defenders, and we have enough tools that I think we can shrug that off. I just got to remember not to click like progress turn, because that would move our slower units into range, and we want to get everyone on that fight all at the same time. So this is the turn where Sophons could launch an invasion if they really wanted to. We got behemoths online, so we can build a behemoth somewhere. That's important. He shows on the other side of the universe. Stop bothering me. Get out of here. Alright, so we're going to merge all our tools together. Make sure that these guys are all at their maximum strength. You guys also max it out. Create this. So that's 5, 10, 15, 12, 14. So we have all of the things that we need in order to make that one tick. Here, do you already have the... You just have planet problems. That's why everyone's so furious here. We do need the system upgrade though, so we want to make sure that we can find some more transvine. That is what's holding those guys back in terms of their happiness. Yeah, United Empire is really cool. I think a lot of the factions, honestly, in Endless Space 2 are really good. All right, so we're gonna merge all of these fleets. No, stop attacking. Let me merge my fleets. I know that's simultaneous, but like, come on, man. Give us the time to actually merge our fleets, guy. All right, I guess we're just gonna have to take a fight with only some of our units into this Lupus army, so they will get more defeats here than it probably needed to be, because we only have half of our fleet in orbit. But now we have 10 units here, so now we're actually in good shape. So they got a couple of picks early, but now I think we can turn it around. Yep, decisive victory, defeated them, drove the Sophon fleet off, and now we have to deal with the consequences of our diplomatic faux pas. So, are we gonna try to take the fight to the Sophonity? Are we gonna try to take the fight to the Sophonity, Walker? I mean, let's see. What do we have for our approval that we can fix up here? I wouldn't hate glorification of the glorious, honestly, because that could be pretty solid. Except here, because this planet, all these planets just suck. So maybe we have to find a way to relocate people or to terraform. If you can terraform, that's also a great way to fix up like approval ratings locally. So if you transform things from being, you know, like a bad sterile planet into something that you can actually live on, people will be happier with you. So actually maybe we'll just buy rush actually Partalus, because that would fix all of the local problems here. It would hurt dramatically the ability for these guys to produce, but I don't think the city is gonna be able to do that. -20 approval on system. Yeah, let's do that instead. That seems pretty solid. Okay, so we have clerical correctness. This is really important. Now we need to assign this governor to a spot that actually has strategic resources, so that way he can get more strategic resources out of those places. But there's an adamantium. Now we don't currently have adamantium, so we're gonna need to fix that. Wait a second. How are you able to? Yeah, you're gonna lose this outpost, right? I think we're gonna be able to drive those guys off. I don't know how they were able to sneak through. Maybe they did it on the same turn that we were able to click blockade. But normally you can't colonize on places that are blockaded without an opportunity to attack the colonizing planet or the colonizing ship. Whatever. The Cravers are not going to kill you this turn, Walker. You can deal with them later. So let's see. We got Temperate, Hot, Fertile. This is going to be pretty good for research once we get that thing down. There's also still Hyperium here, so miners could be useful. Well, if we're going to attack... Alright, so if we're going to attack the Sophons, then we're going to need a lot more ships than this. We're going to need probably medium ships in order to make that happen, honestly, so that's not, like, incredibly high priority right now. How much construction does Cepheus have? Right now it's 81. That's not a lot, so let's actually just build some core infrastructure here, and then we'll come back. But one of our big places is probably gonna pop out a Behemoth next turn, or start working on a Behemoth next turn. So Decky could start working on this. It would take 2 turns to get it down. Right now we don't have the adamantium extraction technology, so like getting that online isn't super duper important. We haven't spliced the Sophons just yet, so yeah, if we're gonna go into their space and start conquering them, then they will be a target for future splicing. But I think we probably want to get at least remnants or pilgrims up to 6 pops, so that way we can splice one of those first. Because whenever you conquer a big empire population like the Sophons will have, then you can splice them effectively for free in terms of what it costs you. Whereas in order to splice the minor civs, you kind of have to do it early, because like you're not gonna end up with 45 of them unless you have them on very particular setups to grow populations for them very, very quickly. We are also like kind of hand waving in regards to some of the micro that you can do. It's not as important with Horatio, but with somebody like Cravers, then you really do need to pay attention to where your pops are. Unsurprisingly, like the Cravers have some serious problems if you don't move them around a lot. You know what? I guess these ships are probably gonna just want to break off the knives because those guys are super slow, and then these guys could probably go finish off Ceres next turn unless the Sophons decide to send another army down here, because I do want to clear these pirates out. Just having them in our backyard is probably not worth it long term. Yo, what's up, Winsleya? Yeah, we're at war. The Sophons decided that they were not happy with our early harassment and when we stole their colony and started dicking around in their territory. So unsurprisingly, the Sophons have declared war on us, and unfortunately the Cravers are also getting angry, as are the UAE and basically everyone that we know is furious with us right now. The Sophons were kind of the only ones who we could have potentially buddied up to, but I don't think it was worth it. All right, so this is slow on neural robotics. Depending on what you get early on, you can get these things like by turn 20 or 25 pretty consistently. But we just didn't have any adamantium near us, so I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, most of the time. So like when you they incorporated the systems of mercy. Okay, well, Graviton research would be awesome, so let's figure out if that's possible. God, we got so many quests all at once. Holy mackerel. 3 active ecologist laws is essentially just asking you to have tons and tons of influence. Yeah, alright, whatever. I know, everyone's furious with us. Get out of here. Quit sending me your stupid messages. I know you're mad. Trust me. I just don't care, that's the thing. let's see. We could actually just send 5 to go help burn down Ceres real fast and then pop them over to Partolus in 5 turns. Can we do Ceres and Laren? We might be able to do Ceres and Laren, honestly. So I'm not gonna invest anything into this ship beyond just throwing a couple of engines on it, because this guy is gonna end up being another governor for us. But by throwing those engines on, we're gonna have no mobility problems. And I think we've dealt with the initial Sophon incursion. That we do have time to deal with these guys. The pirates are good value to attack, and in fact, the pirates can be even better value to attack because we can upgrade our military here a little bit. We get extra HP on our armor, considering that we have armor is the only thing in our army. I think that's a good thing for us. And here we can put in a ++, I guess. So hull plating penetration on weapons on both modules is really good in the event that we were going to be fighting with all projectile weapons, and we do have a lot of them, and this is a ++ that we picked up from just scouting around on the world. Yeah, Lumeris is really fun. So this one is going to become a good governor for us, so I'm going to take double hot and double approval, and then 5 will help us keep some of these planets in control. Unfortunate the Sisters of Mercies got nabbed by somebody, but now they're like in range to potentially direct Craver aggression towards them instead. Who was that? Who was silly enough to incorporate them? Zoltan was. All right, well, if Zoltan and Cravers are both like getting very, very furious with us, but then declare war on each other, that would be fantastic. But I'm not going to count those eggs, those chickens before they hatch. We'll see how that develops here. Adana is devoted and loyal, but that's not a lot of base research, so that kind of doesn't matter. I'm gonna build an embassy actually. Generally, if you're gonna get max value out of an embassy, you build it earlier than this. But what the hell was that? The boys are making noise in the background. They're doing nonsense. But I think we could get 3 ecology laws if we just abolish this and then take green fertility and cool copies. And I think we're going to have enough influence that we're going to be able to run that for 5 turns, and that's all we need. Nope, that is not remotely what you have, Walker. Well, we're going to get 1 turn, I guess, of cool copies. I don't know if we have the juice necessary to get the ecology done. And considering that right now we're choked on transvines, we're actually not even able to get the three level 3 systems in place. So I don't know, man. I guess we'll take the ecology law, and then we'll probably have to find something else that generates more influence for us. Like National Museum is pretty helpful. Yeah, the Endless Legend, there's the Broken Lords, who are unsurprisingly broken. They are very powerful. They are very, very powerful. Yes! Alright, Transvine, baby, let's go. Alright, so we're going to take a Horde, and now all we need in order to get 60 Transvine, and therefore, like, a lot of system approval all over the place, is just sell some stuff. Like, some of these resources are not as important as picking up, actually, you know what, I'm just going to sell 30. Yeah, I'll sell 10 more. That's good enough. And now, in 1 turn, we're gonna fix that quest and get a whole buttload of extra resources to drop in on here. Yeah, 72 by turn 10. Broken Lords were broken beyond all belief. They were really, really bananas. All right, I'm gonna take Partolus. And now we know that we need to get the production in Partolus really, really high. We can get there by dropping in the current 5 because of the extra bonuses to production that we get there. But we do have a hero recruitment just kind of like floating. So let's see if any of these guys have extra production on their low-level guys. Not you. So it comes from like what their type is, as well as like what sort of hero they are, what trees they get access to. This one here is a science guy because of Seeker, and then Overseer is mostly food. I think Counselor is the one that gets production, right? No, that's the one that gets dust. So none of those dudes are gonna get us production for that city. But this one gets you luxury resources. Yeah, that one gets you luxury resources. So we're gonna go ahead and take this. Yeah, what's up in Eru? Yeah, I love Endless Space 2. It's a really interesting game. It's got a lot of complexities to it. There are some factions that are a little better than others, but I don't think that's always a bad thing. I think that can be really cute in terms of giving us some options on how to adjust what we're doing. And we are playing with one of the more challenging factions today. We're playing with Horatio. We're playing on max difficulty, and we've managed to get the Sophons angry enough that they declared war on us. And we are, of course, bordering the Cravers as well, so they are positioning potentially to declare war on us as well. But we'll see. We'll see what the Cravers decide that they're going to do, because apparently the UAE is also like encroaching on their territory. I could take a miner here, but I guess I'm going to actually take another planet, just because we do have some of the like planet scaling already in Lupus. And Calum, this planet, this solar system's bananas good value. Bananas good value. Alright, so we did manage to starve out that colony from the Cravers. They're not going to be happy about that, but like, guy, whose backyard is this? Whose backyard is this, Cravers? You tell me. You think this is your backyard? No, we already have a planet here. Get out of here. Get your stuff and get. All right, go down in that direction. Yeah. I don't think it's worth it for us to activate the pirate quest just yet. I think that's probably an issue. Yeah, for instance, the Unfallen. I don't know what the plan was there with the Unfallen, but they still need a little bit of love and care in comparison to some of the other factions. Their vine ships are really expensive and very slow. Not exactly the game you want to be playing in Endless Space 2. I would say that Unfallen in some ways are generally worse than Horatio in terms of their long-term scalability, and then they do have the same sort of like serious issues in the very beginning of the game, but at least the Unfallen ships are a little bit better. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and do this ground battle at Ceres. So we're gonna go ahead and take a preemptive bombing. This thing, unfortunately, is not very good at like predicting actual outcome because it doesn't take into account what your different unit types are here, but here we have armor, so you can see just mousing over it, infantry have way fewer HP than armor does, also meaningfully less damage, but more critically, armor has access to like a plus 50% damage against infantry, and we're gonna go with preemptive bombing. So this is gonna be more than enough to clear out this this pirate next turn, and then we can go over to Lyran and probably clear that out before the remainder of the Sophon fleet gets here, wherever it is. Assuming that they have it, that might have honestly been it initially, because Sophons don't normally build a really big fleet. That's why I'm not super worried. If the Cravers had been the ones to declare war on us 5 turns ago, we'd be in a lot of trouble, because they probably have 20 ships right now. But Sophons might legitimately only have 4 or 5 more over here. Yeah, alright, the knife is just gonna hang out here, and these guys are all done. Yeah, everyone's done. Walker, you're just wasting time. You're just wasting time now. Let's see. So we're gonna get that one down. Amoebas are friendly enough. We completed the quest in 1 turn and got 60 transvine, which is absolutely crucial here because we've been choked on approval in a couple of different places, not to mention the fact that we have all of these pops living in colony 1s still. Man, colony 1s, you can't do that forever. That's no bueno. But that is going to be pretty nice for Cepheus, as well as now we have enough for Deki. So yeah, we're dropping in 3 more level 2 modernizations. Boy, you know, we actually might have been able to do the level 3 modernizations if we'd done enough research on the commercial side. Guess we're gonna go neural robotics into impactless sites, and probably maybe we get chameleon spaces actually if we have anyone who currently can exploit the adamantium. Yeah, we'll get probably more value out of chameleon spaces ASAP. This is just really, really good in terms of scaling up the amount of strategic sources that you have, and therefore the amount of stuff that you can just like dump into the galactic market. And that's not even a single player thing either. In multiplayer, you're also going to be doing the same sort of thing where you're just like dumping resources into the galactic market. But if you have enough dust, then it does behoove you, especially at the beginning of the game, to like identify where somebody is just selling a bunch of stuff in order to try to get dust in order to make their economy move in the beginning of the game, because that's what you got to do. And so you can definitely buy things as well, not just sell. Yeah, we'll have 5 go over there and clear out Lyran. That's fine by me. And this revealer has truly nothing left to reveal, so I guess we're gonna go to Orion, and then next turn we'll just start like flooding this area with extra probes until we find another part of space for our revealers to go off to. I guess we could do that off of Calum as well then. Yeah, we could do that off of Calum as well. And right now we're actually still at max there. 18 turns until a rebellion. One system is not going to be a problem. We'll fix that up in no time, Horatio. All right, yeah, we can pass this. Oh, resource. Of course, we have a resource crisis because we have too many ecology laws that we can't actually run because we don't have enough income on that side. We could get blue cap mold here though and try to do a boost on Horatio, which would be really critical. So that's 35 that we need, and right now we have 6, so we need to buy 29 blue cap mold. I'm here for it. So by buying 29 blue cap mold, now we're gonna look at Horatio with his current bonuses. Boom. So anytime you can activate your bonus on your Horatio, you do, which is why it would be great to be able to get into a war with Cravers, because they are sitting on a lot of blue cap mold for us. But not just yet. Not just yet. Is there anybody else we want to activate boosts on actually before we cancel that? Not Sophons. I guess we could activate the boost on Hiroshim's, but I don't think we're likely to be able to splice those guys. And food, importantly, and this is another problem with Horatio, is that once you hit an entirely full planet like this, like Oyera is now entirely full, the population growth does not automatically redistribute to other planets. You have to actually go out of your way to force the populations to move somewhere. So like here, we can relocate a bunch of pops to somewhere with open space. Deki, I guess, has open space, so we can take 3 Horatio and just like send them out there, and they will depart and they will go to that brand new land and populate. But of course it's going to take them a couple of turns, and hopefully they don't get intercepted by these stupid pirates that are flying around, but I don't think there's anything we can really do about that right now. But the population growth doesn't naturally redistribute, which means that if you have a colony that's entirely capped on pops, you kind of gotta move them. You gotta move them, and that means that food is generally like a little bit worse in this game, just as it is in Age of Wonders 4. But although it is a little bit better in Age of Wonders 4 than I think it is here, simply because like you don't have the same sort of pop cap problems that you encounter pretty quickly on some smaller systems. But I guess this is fine here actually, because this partless rebellion is going to end next turn. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary for Horatio specifically, which is like one of the reasons why I was like totally fine with it as being our choice, despite being, you know, on the challenging side, because Horatio really I do think wants to absorb as many of those things as possible. We're gonna go ahead and take the extra income here on the influence side. That is gonna be pretty good for us. Unfortunately, this quest is very difficult to accomplish. It is mostly just map dependent, but we are probably going to be able to hit this, I think, pretty quickly. Level a hero up to at least level 8. So in order for us to do that, we are going to, oh yes, sneaky, thank you, Hisho, thank you for declaring your intentions to be a sneaky boy and attack us. But what was I saying? What were you talking about, Walker? Oh, right, now we have Slag and Sludge Center online. So now I like to just go through and just drop in basically all of the, oh no, Chameleon Spaces is 2 more turns. So we actually don't have Slag yet, but we do have Predictive Logistics, so we can drop that in on Actually, we should probably drop that in on a lot of our colonies here, Walker. Predictive logistics is really good. We'll drop that in behind on those, and maybe we'll buy out some of these things that are really, really close. Yeah, actually, we'll do that. That's 500. That's 500. I don't hate getting more predictive logistics down on anything with more than one planet. It's really powerful. Boom. Yeah, that's 3 turns of production. Part of this, we could actually want to push this to the top right now, because this is the quest area where we need to get extra production there. And I think we're going to be able to get there with the predictive logistics plus the hero that we're going to drop in whenever we can. Actually, Nair probably doesn't want predictive first. They probably want Xeno first, right? Yeah, they want Xeno first. And they might legitimately want steps here too. And you know what? We got bazillions of resources again, Walker. So you know what that means. It's time to sell some stuff and then buy some stuff. Yep, there it is. Maybe we even buy Nair 2 as colony. Yeah, I'll buy that as a colony and then leave the next production to go into predictive logistics, because we got 2 planets there. Yeah, we'll take public, private, and then predictive. So Nair is rocking. That's good. Oh, Yera can actually, they grew 3 pops again, so we can send 3 more pops somewhere, and Nair is going to be rapidly growing, so we're just going to send 3 more pops out there. Ta-da! Population just flooding the board, as you like to do with Horatio. Go to Laren and hopefully siege that down. Yep, preemptive bombing. And then I guess after those predictive logistics come down and we've got chameleon spaces, we might meaningfully consider picking up one of our medium-sized hulls. So we start here with the effective shielding, and that's going to give you, or efficient shielding, and that's going to give you your small ships, but small ships are meaningfully less efficient than your large ships. Unfortunately for us, the better one, I think, is probably the Hunter most of the time, but we really don't have nearly as much income on the titanium side as we do on the Hyperium, and that means that the base Hyperium cost here for the coordinator is a lot more absorbable than the base titanium cost. How much would it cost us to take split second 2 turns? It might legitimately be worth it here, because if we can start dumping some mediums behind the predictive logistics, we actually might be able to take the fight to the Sophons. And that's good. If you can take the Sophon Homeworld and just the Sophon Homeworld, that's still enough for us to be able to splice them, and it would be enough to, like, probably take their economy back to the Stone Age, because they usually have a lot of resources concentrated there in their cap. All right, I'm just gonna send a bunch of probes out here to see where the humans are coming from, because they are the ones who are also kind of bothering us. Everyone's bothering poor Horatio. What did Horatio do to you other than try to take your genes out of your body and splice them into our own? It's racist. You guys are racist against Horatio. All right, let's go here with that probe. And then I guess I'm actually just going to skip right over to an Anetho here so we can just probe all of this stuff. Again, just for more resources that we can dump into the forge. Into the forge. Altair, we can assist. Oh, sick. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and see if we can incorporate them, because they do have access to antimatter. And on that note, we might want to work in antimatter ahead of our medium ships, especially if we are able to absorb Altair, but also if we're able to absorb Ikma, either one. Yeah, this looks good. Oh, cool. All right, so we're just gonna stick with Ecologist probably for the majority of the early game. We might in the mid to late game switch into a different political type, but the issue is that if you do it too late, then you have problems building up enough support, because a lot of the good laws are based off of entrenching the power of a certain political group. Oyera, 332 production and 273 research. I think that's doable. Let's see. So far so good, Pat Arthur. I mean, like, no, the Sophon fleet we were able to destroy, and the other aliens have not yet declared war on us. So, and we were able to, after defeating the Sophon fleet, we were able to take our fleet and start clearing out some of these annoying little pockets of pirate resistance. Those are definitely annoying to deal with. Who are you? You're just a detector. Why are you bothering to siege me with a protector? Or a detector. Yeah, detector, Sophons. Get your stuff out of here. Get your stuff out of here. Oh, Oyera, how close are you to being able to do that? Super close, actually. We're going to be able to do that by just building predictive logistics, and any other piece of science research will do it. It might be necessary for us to build, like, the Endless Research Park here in order to do it, but I actually like getting it here now that our science is so high. So yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Neutral with the Academy. Oh, because we're eradicating pirates. Right. This is why you eradicate pirates, by the way, just to get friendliness with the Academy. Probably could have done that a little earlier. Yeah, we've colonized Nair. We've switched from colonizing Pollux over to colonizing Nair, but now all of this. Actually, I'm gonna turn the volume down just a little bit. Although this song is an absolute banger, it's also kind of loud. Yeah, Calum looks like it's a more reasonable place for me to go. Oh, no wonder it's so loud. The volume on my PC went up, duh, because I turned my headphones off and then I plugged them into charge because they were also getting kind of low on that side, but whatever. Revealer is still in scout mode, but we did manage to find something out in space. So this is another one of the reasons why I like just sending probes out once you have the resources. Not only will it let you discover, other aliens to interact with, but it can discover systems that are not part of a constellation. So like Ilioth, for instance, does not naturally have any lines back, but finding that there is still going to be really good. And Calum, are you still just probing the universe? I guess I'm gonna go here and start probing this way to see what's out in that direction. But we want to get all of those minor civilizations, because that is really important. Kind of no matter what direction you're going with in terms of your economy, you want to be able to scale up. Oh shoot, Green took control of that really good guy over there. Who is Green? Epsilon. Oh, that's Riftborn. Riftborn took control of this. Well, Riftborn is actually like generally pretty friendly. So if we can piece you guys out, I would love to. So at the beginning of the game, in terms of your diplomacy, you start in what is called Cold War. Cold War allows you to attack enemy systems in space. Oh, they got a level 9 already? So they took the quest. Oh man. Bummer. And Altair got absorbed in the same turn. Oh my god, all those mini civilizations that we wanted disappeared in the blink of an eye. And now this planet is unhappy again because everyone is getting crammed into very close quarters. But we can fix the local problems with unhappiness on this planet by just pushing people out to Deki or to Nair, which I'm actually perfectly happy doing. Who do we want to buy out here? I guess we're probably going to want to buy out Nair 3. That's also pretty good. And then this is not ideal for approval reasons, but not the end of the universe. And we'll just start pushing some of the pops from Partalis out. So let's go to Deki first, because there's, I think, an easier time for us to grow. Happy, joy. Yeah, let's send 2 remnants out there. And there it is, because we took people off of a lava planet where they were like overcrowded and furious. We just fixed up the local problem with approval. Curse you AI, like absorbing these super duper good locations. That actually we might legitimately need now to buy a beautifier, honestly, to try to colonize Calum. You know what? I talked myself into it. That is exactly what we're gonna do. So we're gonna do that one on the cheap on the production side because now our economy is enormous on the dust side. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go in here, make a beautifier for tiny amounts of production, and then all of the dust for the actual pieces of the colonizer we'll just buy with dust next turn and then send it out to Calum, because I don't want us to not have access to antimatter, considering that we got stuffed there and stuffed there. This is at least 6 antimatter, so it is a lot more than those other two. Oh, here's a really useful thing, is this is going to give us a little more influence locally, and if we can get just a tiny bit more natural influence income, maybe here, yeah, this looks promising, then I think we actually are still going to be able to hit the 3 ecologist laws. We just, right now we're at 176 empire influence. That's not quite enough, but we're really, really close to being able to pop in cool copies clause again. I just want 5 turns of that thing running, and then we're ready to rock. All right, Adana can get a little bit of extra production. That's always a good thing, especially here because this is large, hot systems. Oh, you are maxed out in population growth at Adana too. All right, who else has slots open ready for colonization? Yeah, Riftborn are very, very slow, but they are very powerful. The biggest problem with Riftborn, I think, is actually not the speed of their ships, but rather the fact that you can only grow 1 population per turn max, because you have to build them, and so like that does do a pretty good job of holding them down, which thank goodness, because they are naturally very scary otherwise. Oh shoot, right, now we have slag and sludge centers, so we need to get those slags done. So anything that has strategics or even luxuries that we're interested in selling, you just go ahead and push those to the top, so that way we can just start rolling those resources off the line even faster and selling them into this furious selling economy of ours down to 64 dust again, Walker. It's okay, we got Adamantium online. That's kind of all you need. All right, no, slag and sludge is right. Slag and sludge. You get slag. So what we're doing here is we're just going through and adding specializations. Not all specializations are created equally in this game. I would say that most of them actually are not worth pursuing initially, other than Slag and Sludge, but Slag and Sludge is fantastic. And then as the game goes on, you'll see that you'll have more and more opportunities to specialize planets in productive ways. It's just at the very beginning of the game, like, you can see the way that our economy works. Like, most of what we are doing here is just selling stuff. And that is good. That is good. Most of what we're doing is selling stuff, and I like it. Pilgrims are going to be rough though, because that I don't know where we're supposed to get those resources from. Yeah, you need a lot with manpower. That's the biggest problem for everyone, is that you just need absurd amounts of manpower. But don't be afraid to use the conscription click button. I think that's actually very powerful. If you need to use chain gangs, then absolutely do so. Okay, so we cleared out both of those pirates. How close is Partulus to being able to take 5? We can do it this turn. All right, great. So Partulus now has hopefully a line to getting tons of extra production here, and therefore solving that quest. And we are going to need to find a new leader for our fleet, because I don't want them flying around entirely leaderless forever, because there's just a lot of experience points that you can get out of having a fleet with an army and a leader. Those are all pretty good. Leave those knives locally there. Go ahead and explore here, I guess. Those knives, I don't think, unfortunately, are not strong enough to take down this one Craver scout. So one of the strengths for Cravers is that their scouts are also very powerful, so they don't even have to wait until they unlock their military ships to bully people. They just have so many weapon slots. Like slotting is one of the biggest things when it comes to determining which kind of ships are actually good. You typically need at least 2 support slots on a ship for you to really be interested in using it at all, because otherwise your ships are just way too slow. And that does make some of them just like borderline unusable until you find the other support slots. But because of the way that ships work in this game, you can find other support slots by doing research. The battle arc strategy, yeah, with Vodyani, yeah, those are really, really good. I love Vodyani. Vodyani and Cravers and Umbral Choir are like, I think, my 3 favorite, although I do love like the Lumeris soundtrack and the Lumeris like play pattern. So it's kind of good. It's good either way. Here we're gonna go with save. Like, we could go with celebrate and reduce the system development cost, but the fact of the matter is that although we are really, really close to unlocking this system development for us and another thing for us to rock and roll with, unfortunately, based off of where we are, we have very, very limited options when it comes to things to put into our system development plan. Even though we've been pushing out our research into discovering more things, maybe we want to actually push out more science here so that we can see the science exploration for. That actually isn't awful. That is not awful. And moon exploration can be pretty sick. And I guess we could even use some extra population cap here. And autonomous revealing use of wormholes is pretty good too. So yeah, you know what, we'll go with this. Yeah, the ones with fleet movement speed do work now. And now you have access to like, oh shoot, lost control of that space. How do we lose control of this space? Oh, it's because of Sophons. Yeah, I guess we have to take the Sophon capital. Is what it looks like to me. Well, Sophons, I hope you guys know that you did choose violence. You did choose violence. And these guys are all fine, and those guys are all fine. Yeah, alright. Alright, Sophons, get your stupid little fleet out of here. Sophons, you're attacking with 2 into 8. You guys are crazy. You guys are stung ass crazy. Alright, whatever. Get their ships down onto the Earth. We'll destroy them all. And now we at least are getting some good war support and war direction here. But we are going to need to take the fight to them if we want to piece them out favorably. I'm going to go ahead and take the resource generation. We just really don't have any way to use the system development, unfortunately. That one is really powerful. If we had enough resources to funnel into system development here, then I would love to be doing so, but it's just not what we see. Oyera keeps growing population, and we keep hitting that population cap, as you can see here with Odana and Oyera. At some point, you do kind of just need to throw in the towel and accept that you're not going to be able to have the pops growing indefinitely. But I'm not there yet. I'm keeping the plan alive. So Nair still has an infinite amount of spots open. Hopefully, we'll send 3 there, and then I guess we'll send a little bit here to Deki off of this planet. Yeah, I'll send 2 more Horatio. And maybe an amoeba? Yeah, an amoeba. And then keep buying planets. Just keep buying planets. All right, go in here and touch up our beautifier. So our beautifier, we're gonna drop in the movement modules yet again, and we're gonna drop in a colony module. And go here and upgrade, create our little guy, and there we can start the Kalem colony next turn. Thank God. Is the planet that all this stuff is on good? Not particularly, so I think we're going to start here first, and then we'll pick up those with just buy rush and whatnot. But now I'm starting to see enough ash planets that we might legitimately want to research living on ash planets. We're working on these planets here, so we're not on Adana 2 yet because there's only 2 population spots, and so it's not particularly high target for me, but we are working on Adana 1 because this is a large, like a huge planet here, so it has a lot of population slots. And then once we can turn this from lava into like desert or something like that, it'll be really productive. Like this one is going to cost us a lot of production to turn that into desert, but deserts are a lot less offensive to the people living on them. And we currently are having minor issues with approval over there, so I don't want to make it even worse. Yes, good adamantians. I guess we could take increased pacifist political ideology, but I also don't really care if we have 0 movement speed on this revealer. This revealer is not important to our military strategy at all. It's just right now in exploration phase. And here launching out probes is just as good as flying around. So let's see. You guys here do more probes. And man, can we Riftborn, I want to be friends with you. I want to be friends with somebody in this godforsaken hellhole, but like what do you want? You want Empire Dust and 61 Hyperium. How much Hyperium? They want all of our Hyperium. They want all of our Hyperium for peace. I don't know about this, Riftborn. I mean, this isn't a terrible deal for us, because having a neighbor that we know we're not going to be at war with is actually pretty important, but we are currently at a war, so all of that dust and Hyperium is actually, like, really militarily useful. So I think we're probably not going to take the Riftborn up on their offer just now, and rather I think we are going to work on just getting this military ready to rock, because I want to take some Sophon planets. I want to show them who's in charge of this galaxy, who's got the biggest brain. And as you can see by just looking at the Horatio, it's obviously Horatio who has the biggest brain. 10 billion IQ. All right. That might be enough, actually, in terms of backup influence for us to be able to pop the three econ laws here, because we are already running one of them. Yes, all right, good. Done. Extreme composites. Search the curiosity on Altair when you're ready to sacrifice 1,000 dust. So this is where we're starting to see issues with the different Horatios planning against each other, and we'll play probably through at least conquering the Sophons. I'm not sure if we're gonna finish this game today, but I don't want to spoil some of the quest lines is kind of the other problem, because the quest lines I think are really fun and very interesting and varied. And as Maya mentioned, there are some issues with the different Horatio not agreeing on who's truly in charge, and some of those things are in the quests themselves. But now we do have the ability to splice Sophons, but as I said, we're going to be conquering them momentarily anyway, so I'm not splicing them here. I want to be able to splice them as a larger splice. But I am going to go ahead and colonize this. We're going to grab this medium Mediterranean. That will, of course, increase further problems in terms of Empire approval, but because we have managed to get colonies down on almost everything, our approval economy is not apocalyptically bad now. Actually, is there enough transfine here to buy another low level? There is. And we still have 1 billion adamantium and like nothing to do with it, so I'm gonna sell that and we'll buy 47, 48. How much does 48 cost us? 4.8k? Done. No problem. That's another couple of colony 2s that we get to drop in, including one on Nair. and 1 more on Calum actually, and that'll basically offset the fact that we're going to be over our colony cap pretty meaningfully here actually. You go there. Cloning a narcissist and forcing them to work together. Yeah, narcissistic, insane people cloned over and over again work really well together for sure. I mean, that's like, I really do think that the theme here for Horatio is just A+. They did a great job making him both spooky and funny. I think they did a very good job with that. Revealers are still just hanging out, and I don't think there's anything else here that I feel like obligated to buy rush, because this is going to finish the quest for us. What other quests do we actually have currently? Altair 1, we have no guys ready to explore in this turn, but maybe we could explore that 2 turns. Yeah, that's okay. And then this is Pollux 4. That's the Ugly Plague and Partilus. But I think we're solving that. How is this not resolved this turn? How is this not resolved locally? Because this is not going to be enough production. Oh, it's not solved because we sent people away, Walker. That's why. So the more population that we have here, the more production we'll have locally. But we can move some people over to the lava just temporarily to like really spike our production, and I think that's going to be enough to solve that. Yeah, that's going to be enough to solve that quest. Level up to level 8, and Oyera needs that done, but Oyera is about to finish that. And then Mario is currently on Adana, is that right? Yeah, Mario is currently on Adana, so if we could buy rush anything here to get more experience points on him, that would be worth it. But I think actually this might be work on a Behemoth here actually in Adana. Yeah, I think this is going to be work on a Behemoth here in Adana. And specifically I'm going to do a stellar node, and then a node analyzer. And then we'll build it like this, and then we'll use dust to fill in the important gaps, like actual weapons on that scientific behemoth, for instance. And then we'll just have to naturally, very slowly fly it down there. Maybe we have to take behemoth generators actually for that. It doesn't cost too much in terms of research for us, and moving that behemoth down to here without behemoth generators and without an engine on it would be functionally impossible. Maybe we start it actually with engines to fly to Cepheus, and then we respec it with stuff to fly to NGC. Yeah, let's do that. This is important. Like, I know that this is like not always the most interesting in terms of gameplay, that like switching back and forth from, you know, one different type of model to another, but like a lot of the efficiencies that you can get in Endless Space 2 are based off of how you use your dust. That is really, really critical. And how you stop failing expeditions, man. Stop failing expeditions. You're crazy. You're driving me nuts. All right, we got split-second ablatives, and actually now we're getting enough production, hopefully, off of all of those little predictive analytics that I think we can get the medium-sized attacker as well, because now our titanium is a lot less miserable. Yeah. You know what, Walker? You talked me into it. Partilus, we got Graviton Research. Boom. Lupus is compromised. Okay, so we're gonna have to put down some defensive things here. So anytime you get that pop up, very, very helpful to go ahead and do either encrypt or lockdown. In both of these cases, it's going to remove an enemy detected backdoor, but here I'm going to do a lockdown on that, just because, like, one, they've already hacked it, they might try to do a backdoor out of there, but two, that'll slow down any of the probably Sophon hacking attempts coming out of there. I'm still going to take the behemoths, but I am going to take a applied cryogenics here, so that way we get the other medium attack ship, so that way we have like real ships to put on the field against Sophons. You can invade with smalls, and there are some smalls that are actually strong enough that you can conquer entire civilizations with them. Amongst those, I would consider like Vodiani and Cravers as being amongst the best, but Horatio's smalls are trash. Horatio's smalls are not good. I think that's part of their charm. You are getting pretty close to full actually down here, Lupus, aren't you? I guess I'm gonna go ahead and take more science now, because we really are at that point for these guys. But I am gonna drop in a level 2 modernization. I didn't know that you guys didn't have that already. Who else doesn't have a modernization? Calum, but Calum's a colony right now, so that's not an issue. But we will need to get even more Transvine as we do, just buying everything off of the market. Selling those. If we had either of these as like things that we were producing locally, then I would want to hold on to them, because we need to come up with something to put in our tier 3 upgrades. Yeah, all of the guides are outdated. I think also some of the guides, like, there have been some really, really great ones. Who was SB, I think, was one of them, who was doing fantastic guides back in the day. But like a lot of the guides for this game, I think, probably just didn't really understand the way that your economy should work, because almost all of them were not doing interactions with the market. And if you're not interacting with the market in this game, I promise you're not playing the game well. There's a reason that it is a core piece of the game. It's right there. I don't understand. It's like people who don't understand that science is good in games whenever the science is in the game. Like, your basic heuristics should be that if science exists, that it's powerful. Okay, so we actually, if we get 48 blue cap mold, then we can click Horatio boost again. Yeah. Alright, Horatio, get boosting. You're gonna have so many population, it's gonna be stupid. And then our manpower is gonna be huge, and then we're gonna make Sophon feel bad for attacking us, and everything will be great. Everything's just gonna be fantastic. Can we request a destination? Request system. No, we need more cat. We need more relationship with them in order to get that. A competitive multiplayer guide, I don't feel like I would be a good resource for, because I've only played with my friends, but I feel like most of the way that I play works well in multiplayer, because like most of the economy is just about trying to get, you know, resources flowing as quickly as possible, so that way you can build a bunch of ships as quickly as possible, so that way you can conquer somebody as quickly as possible, and depending on, you know, like the kind of weapons and ships that you have access to, you can do a lot of conquering pretty quickly. So upholder here, we are going to redesign entirely. This guy is our like big defender, so we're going to drop in an engine slot and an engine slot. This is an empty equip slot for anything, including squadrons. So if we had squadrons unlocked, then we could actually use them. And that could be fun to watch, actually. Let's see. How long would it take us to research hardened alloys? 2 turns to research hardened alloys. What would that delay? Oh no, we need to get we need to get other things down first. We'll just put shields and guns and stuff on our upholders. That's good enough. And everyone else is working on something useful. Yeah, everyone else is working on something useful. No, so like actual humans, like I've played some games with some of my real life friends, Pat Arthur, and so like I'm doing this video partially so that some of them who have not played with us are going to be in a better shape, so that way they're not like entirely surprised whenever people have big fleets early on. Ooh, I actually am going to take the systems. Plus 20 is a lot of extra growth. Yeah, the bombers were insanely broken, although now because of flak being fixed and actually working correctly, they're not nearly as insanely OP, which, thank goodness, they were pretty silly. They were pretty silly. Yeah, we'll take extra influence growth in Adana. That'll be helpful here for claiming more land. We're just going to be squished by the Academy kind of like all game long. That does seem to be in our cards, but not a lot that we can do about that. I'm actually not opposed to colonizing a gas frozen here, because this one, I think we're not going to be able to get scouted by ship. Actually, we could scout this by ship if we take here a revealer and then just have it go down there. I don't even hate that either. All right, so 13 movement means that this behemoth can just like fly down here, absolutely no problem. But let's go ahead now and fix this to actually be a real scientific behemoth for us. So stellar node, and I am going to take a 1x on the basic node analyzer. I think that's pretty good just for the tiny amount of extra influence. Should we destroy the Academy? I mean, we could. That could be something that we aim towards here. I suspect probably what we are going to do, Pat Arthur, is that, you know, we'll play this out and we'll attack the Sophons and we'll probably take them down, and then we'll probably pause the game here, and then I guess we'll put it to like a vote and see if people actually want us to continue the game with Horatio, or if people felt like they learned enough. Because I am happy to like continue with this game, but I think next week the non-Age of Wonders 4 stream is probably going to be after the end. So if we pick this save up, it'll probably be in 2 weeks. But given that we are probably about to be able to launch a blitz against the Sophons here, I don't think that's as unrealistic as it sounds. I think the Sophons have definitely gone out over their skis, because we have a lot of manpower. We have a lot of manpower, and they are going to be in a lot of problems. Yeah, this would have been a great spot for the Nakalim, no doubt. But that's okay. Like, the fact of the matter is that like not every start in any 4X is going to be the same. And this isn't an awful one. This is not an awful one. The fact that we're going to be cranking out a couple of mediums is actually really good. Let's clear this quest out, because we know that's something crucial here for us. Nano Cuisine Planet, yes, +3 food per population is really, really good. At least 7 fertile planets in your empire. Yeah, so we've got some conquering to do, or some colonizing to do, depending on or some terraforming. Conquering, colonizing, or terraforming actually would work it for us. So maybe we'll do some of that. Maybe we'll do some terraforming. Terraforming is really, really good. But for now, I guess you'll come back to friendly space, because once this research is done, then we're ready to rock on tier 4s. And there's got to be something out here, right? There aren't any mid-tier luxuries like in any of our space, so there's got to be more somewhere, right? Let's see. This is going still to Nair. There's so many pops going towards Nair, but like this is where the population can go, right? I think this is where the population can go. So yeah, we're gonna have main capital pops go down in Nair yet again, just so we can keep growing them. Yo, what's up, Maya? Yeah, we're doing fine. Sorry to hear about the lag. I mean, like, so far we're still at war with the Sophons, but we've driven off both of their attacks, and now we are working on our mediums. So that is like a crucial breakpoint in terms of military strength for our guys, for Horatios. And mediums, I think, are going to be able to just roll them up. We're still in selling all of these resources mode. But I don't hate where we are otherwise. Oh my god, those are selling for 100? How are you guys selling those for 100? Anybody else here waiting? Calum is still waiting, but only Calum. Yeah, I think this is perfectly okay. I'm so glad we got to snipe that Lupus though. That is really sick. All right, Empire Development 4 is unlocked. So now, hopefully, fingers crossed everybody, we can find some really good things to juice on our system developments. So this could be 30 extra like approval on Oyera, but Oyera is maxed out on approval anyway, so we're just gonna get some production anyway for free. Ooh, Lumeris. All right, Lumeris, you wanna be our big bad fish mama, right? What do you want? Oh God, you want all of our gold, all of our dust? No, Lumeris, you must come up with your own path, not stealing all of our money. Good lord, the population growth. The Horatio population growth is out of control. There's nowhere for them to go, Walker. They're just flooding in the space. All right, let's redesign a little gunship for us. So this is going to be our medium attack ship. The medium attack, we've got 3-4 open empty slots, so we have plenty of places for our flight simulators to go, and I think 2 is enough when it comes to ram scoops. You get 2 of those, you're at plus 50% movement per movement point spent. It's really, really powerful. Soon we'll all be Horatio. Yes, there we go. Let's crank out some imposers now. Looks like it's gonna be 1 per turn on a lot of these places, which is not a crazy fast dumping of mediums. You can get with stronger military factions, you can get a lot of ships really, really quickly, but I don't think we need it. Actually, I think the writing's on the wall for the Sophons either way, because they have not sent a flight a fleet down here to harass us in a long time, and we are going to be able to send some guys over there. Pollux is under attack. Wait a second. Oh, they're trying to just colonize over there. I mean, this is a good system, but now just getting a little bit of extra titanium and hyperium is a lot less useful than it was, 20 turns ago or whatever. And so now if the Cravers decide to start colonizing there, then they're welcome to. This would mean we could try to deny Riftborn access by colonizing in Fidesz. But if they take control of this entire constellation, it's okay. This constellation is what? Like dust and it's only dust in that area, so that's fine. I don't really care about that. That's okay. That is okay. Alright, so we now have enough that we can splice pilgrims, and they are one of our miners, so we're going to splice those guys first just to get them off the board, but crucially, just more research into the Horatio, getting those guys even better and better. And then I think we're going to try to aim for Hiroshim or maybe Remnant as the next thing that we try to splice in, and then we'll splice in Sophons, because Sophons we're going to have just an infinite number of pops to splice with anyway. So doing them super early doesn't really benefit us. Plus 30 and then plus 20 per plant is really good. There's no way to bounce population cap here though. And I guess this is basically free to build. Yeah, I'm gonna take Graviton. That's fine. And where can you guys go? Nair, Deki. Oh, Cepheus. We can go to Cepheus, right? Yeah, we'll send some folks out to Cepheus. Take 3 Horatio. There you go. So in this game, I do think that the weakest faction is I mean, Horatio is pretty bad. I would say that Horatio is definitely in the running for one of the worst factions in the game in terms of just like early game. And then because so many different factions actually have lots of different tools for scaling in the mid to late game, I don't think that it really benefits them a lot. But I do think that outside of the early game problems with Horatio, they're definitely not unplayable. They have a lot of choices that are really interesting. This is where we need a miners union, just to make sure that we're actually getting as many adamantium as possible. And I think because there are Cravers around, there's no reason to not drop in bunkers here, just to make sure that this thing can't get sieged down in like 2 turns in case the Cravers start getting spicy on the border. So this is our scientific behemoth. We're just going to strand that guy here. It's going to be generating some research, and critically, minus 4% in cost on economy and trade technology. That is not like enormous when it comes to chewing through this, because we've already done some research on the Empire development tree on that side. The research is divided into 4 quadrants, and each of the different things that you float around is different. But the economy thing, because this is like where we haven't actually picked up even our next system development plan, we've got some choices here. Oh shoot, we need you in front. Yeah, you need you in front to get this thing done, and then we need impactless sites to get that thing done, so that way we can figure out where our system development really is. I guess, you know what? Send another probe out this way, and maybe we do a big jump here. Yeah, we're just gonna do a Battlestar Galactica jump. We're gonna fly out into incredible outer space out there. By the way, and this is 100% slowpoke, and so if you've already watched the show, then good for you. But if you haven't watched Battlestar Galactica from 2004, you probably should. I don't know how to help you accomplish that goal, and I don't want to shame you for having not accomplished it, but it's probably the best sci-fi show that's ever going to be made. It's insanely good. It's really crazy how good that show is. Sometimes when you clear out pirates, they leave stuff behind for you to kill, or for you to explore. That's pretty good. But the main thing we're gonna hopefully be able to do here is use these scouts to actually set up better luxury resources locally. You can do it, AI. Believe in yourself. Give us some good rolls here. Make us some money. Guess another imposer, and I guess I'll do another medium defender. Yeah, I'll do another medium defender, because we do have a couple of actually, do we have enough to do a medium defender and a medium attacker here? No, not enough. Yeah, that looks okay. That looks okay. So Pat Arthur says, fun fact, one of your first games you got a Craver hero. Yeah, you can get Craver heroes. But yeah, if you're not prepared for Craver heroes, they can be problematic. Cravers are just really, really powerful. It's just that you have to keep conquering. That is something that I think a lot of people are just not emotionally prepared to do. Because I don't think most humans really want to be at constant war with the rest of the game. I'm gonna call that a choice. So we could get agri drugs for 2,100 or commercial frameworks for 27. But you know what? Let's see. Where is Trappist 1? Where is Trappist 1? Because if Trappist 1 is on the other side of the universe, then yeah, there it is. Oh, actually, that's not that far away. 10 turns to get commercial frameworks, and we can get there probably in 1 or 2 turns with this revealer, because we have so much potential flight pattern because our boosts. Yeah, all right, good. You can get there, right? 2 turns. Yeah, 2 turns. Done. Sweet. Sweet. Okay, so Adana still has more population to push out. Let's make this fleet. We've been building the metal for a little while, but we haven't really built the ships. And I don't think we're likely to unlock crucial weaponry here, he says, but then realizes that we could actually pick up some really, really key weapon systems, actually. So you know what, Walker, you talked me into it. Let's get some crucial weapons here. It's unfortunate that the tier 2 weapons here both use antimatter. I wish that one of these used adamantium, just so you'd have like a way to flood the board with that, but that's okay. That's okay. I think we'll take it like that. And Impactless Sites comes online next turn, so that means we'll be able to start like really flooding the board on heroes pretty soon. Do 10 adamantium, do, I don't know, like 40 Hyperium. Yeah, it's still like really high price on Hyperium, no problem. And then like 15 titanium, yeah, that's okay. I want somebody to be buying super spuds. If absolutely nobody buys super spuds, once we figure out, are you kidding me, guys? Where are all the deposits here? How is there nothing in this entire region of space? There's absolutely no useful resources down here. Well, I guess that means we have to conquer the Sophon, because we got nothing. More quadronics is not bad. I love having access to even cooler resources, not only for the sales side of thing, but if we can get up to quadronics, we will run microwave pipes. This is a very powerful piece of infrastructure that you can put down. But as you can see there, we do need antimatter to make that happen, and so far we've had some issues with our antimatter getting sniped by aliens. Okay, you know what? Yeah, it is time. Let's fix these guys up, at least partially, and then we'll probably put some more ship slots in as we see opportunities to make it work. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop in improved high plating on the mediums. I think that having one of those is pretty much free, and then same with the plasmal. Honestly, like this ship is going to be important enough, and we have enough of the strategic resources that it's okay, I think, to push those guys out. Well. That is a promising weapon that we picked up here. Adamantium on this guy is going to be pretty sick. And the titanium being optimal, and then poor means that you can actually pair those effectively with some slugs. But I think broadly this one is probably going to be aiming to be more of a melee bruiser. So we'll put a Maggie laser here, and we'll put a plasma laser here, or phase beam here. So now we have mostly aggressive stuff on this, but I think enough survivability on that ship that it shouldn't die in like one round of combat. And then our upholders are probably going to be on the cheaper side. I do still like plasmal shielding, just because like this thing basically costs nothing to this this ship. We have an infinite amount of Hyperium income, so I guess we'll use one of those. And then here, I actually might want to drop in a titanium slug on this ship, so this thing lets you siege faster, and therefore you don't have to necessarily invade a planet right away. You can siege and do some damage on the outside. So Maya, when it comes to ship construction, it's a little complicated. Like, as we've demonstrated here, I think the best way to build ships most of the time is to like build them with very few pieces inside of them, and then fix it up by like coming back through and dropping stuff in. So here, actually, do we want to just drop regular slugs and medium weapons? Yeah, maybe we'll just do this for now, because we want to make these as cheap as they can be, while also still being combat effective, because a lot of the damage in our group is going to be coming from the imposers, because of those adamantium slugs and stuff. But these guys are going to be fast, and that's the most important thing. Gotta go fast. And you gotta stop... God, Walker, you gotta stop pathing into the places where there's somebody who's going to blockade you. We might have to declare war on the Academy, just so that the AI stops pathing through here. If there's a blockade in place, when you move onto that spot, you do stop your movement, and I'm just not paying attention, so our guys keep getting locked on Zubin. But if they go this way, they can get to Lupus a little faster. It's annoying that the AI auto direction doesn't take that into account, but I can do that manually. I'm just not. I can do that though. So that revealer hasn't really discovered anything super critical for us to be going towards. So I'm going to go ahead and have it move back down this way and start launching probes out in that direction to see what kind of space we can find. And these guys are a patrol boat for Zoltan, so that's fine. But really, guy, you didn't find anything to probe? I guess Horatio does have, like, entirely different goals than all of the rest of us, but you guys should want to do probes. Like, it's a pretty cool thing to do. It's pretty good for you. All right, let's build something here in our capital, Oyera. What are we gonna drop in, actually? We're gonna drop in some research. Yeah, we're gonna just drop in research. This is gonna be pretty good. All right, who else has population slots available? Cepheus does have some people coming towards them, as does Deki and Nair, but I mean, we might get to the point where these pops actually have nowhere to go. That is an unfortunate side effect of having tons of food, is that sometimes your pops literally run out of ways to grow. Although we could fix that by terraforming, honestly. Oh, or by building skyward. Or by increasing our pop cap. Dodoy. Yeah, like we now have enough happiness that we could turn off any sort of population booster if we had it, but we don't. And so like we now have the resources necessary to incorporate some space from the Sophons. So I think that is going to be our goal. Let's get a fleet over there and take some of their space, and that'll be a fun thing to do. That will be a fun thing to do. But yeah, everybody's going to be pretty happy now because we did fix up the initial problems here. We don't have Quandronix exploitation done just yet. We'll see. That's a lot of turns that we need to wait to get out there. But we are going to be stacking up science really quickly here. Hey, Pat Arthur. Yeah, see you, man. Like I think we're probably going to be doing maybe another hour and a half, because I do want to take the Sophon Homeworld. I think that's going to be our goal. Take that planet for today. But yeah, we're closing in towards I think a good stopping point naturally. I think we've shown off like what the natural progression for an economy in endless space, what it should look like. Don't be afraid to interact with the market a lot. The market is a core piece of infrastructure in the game for a reason. Don't be afraid to micro your population whenever you can, although obviously here we're at the point where we're growing so many pops so fast that they're kind of going to be overaging pretty quickly. I guess we don't really need Oyera to get any extra. Yeah, we'll take more influence, always more influence. Push back against the Academy. Get them off of Adana. Please get them off of Adana. Maybe that is the long-term goal here, is we will drive off the Sophons and then also drive off those jerks. How are you able to attack? God, this is so annoying. The interaction of simultaneous turns. Retreat, yeah, that's out of there. So they've got, what do they have here versus us? We have medium and short, and they have long. So they have oops all long. So if we can get through the Sophon ranged advantage, which I hope we can actually offset here by just going in straight up and turtle, because this actually, you know what, let's watch a combat. So in this game, a lot of the things that are important are ultimately like what kind of combat cards you use. The kind of combat cards that you use are going to dictate the way that your AI behavior is going to be in combat. So here on both of these hunters, which unfortunately we don't have any defensive units here because of the way that simultaneous turns interact, but both of these guys have some really core anti-flak, anti-missile things. So I'm hoping that's going to be enough for them to just chew through the smasher. But all combat is done via auto resolve in like automatically in this. This is not just Walker being silly in regards to Age of Wonders 4. Like, this is literally the way the game works. And so what your card does and what your opponent card does, this one, you've got all these nice little bonuses, but two, and more importantly, it has the range in which the AI is going to try to engage. So here we're going to watch two of our mediums engage one Sophon. This one Sophon ship is meaningfully stronger than each of our ships individually, but by putting them two here, you can see that we actually have enough ships that we can do. Let's do actually overview camera, and then skip to action. They're moving in right now. So you can see that the AI is making attacks in on us. We'll see at the end of combat how many of these shots of theirs are actually hitting. But both of our guys are armed to the teeth with anti-missile weaponry because of the way that like those short-range weapons work. They're really good against missiles. So I'm hoping that means that we can actually take their ship out once we get close enough. Stay alive. Just don't die. Yeah, you're taking some damage here, but now we're close enough that I think the adamantium slugs are just going to tear the Sophon ship apart, and it looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. All right. Cool. So we got another nice little victory over the Sophons. They really are just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what'll stick. Poor Sophons, or at least I would say poor Sophons, but you know, they declared war on us. Like they chose this fight. Tools are fully equipped. Weapons are, so we could upgrade our weapon even further. This is our small ship. You can see on the on here, whenever we researched our access to agri drugs, which we got for free, we have the option to add additional slots onto our small weapon and get a bunch of extra titanium cost built into each ship. It's generally not great, but you can do that whenever it comes to like playing off the late game. I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's imposers and tools together. That's pretty good. We'll probably want at least one upholder in this group. So maybe we'll switch one tool over to here. Although they are sending an economic behemoth down. I wonder if Sophons are going to try to engage this this stack without waiting. So actually, you know, I'm gonna assume that the Sophons are gonna try to attack us. I'm gonna take 4 extra ships so that we have the max 16. The command size here is dependent upon what sort of military technologies you have, but by just getting the biggest stack here possible, we'll minimize the chance that the Sophons decide to attack us. All right, Cravers. I don't know what you're getting so worked up about, but I guess we will leave your space. Like, you know, we got more important things to do right now, right? You have to know that. We got bad guys out the wazoo. We got so many enemies that we're trying to fight. Yeah, just defend there. These are all defending. All defending. All right, good. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, almost. That almost looks about right, except that gotta sell that. And I guess we could buy rush some stuff too, because we do have tons of money. Oh no, we can't buy rush some stuff, Walker. You gotta get a hero for your fleet out there, so they're not flying off into Sophon space without moving. So here yes, it might be. You would have to ask someone who knows more about the 3-body problem for you to get that answer, because I haven't watched any of it yet. But that could be correct. This is mostly a guy on the ground. What I'm looking for here is for a hero who's going to have access to more than 2 support slots, so that way we can put a Hyperium extra engine on it, so everyone in our fleet can move faster, and ideally also a good pick for like the the military strength towards the top, because I'm looking for something like this. Like 10% critical hit chance on ships is actually pretty good, but joy initiative is really more for a governor. I mean, a Sophon isn't a bad commander, just because of the early game ability to fly through space, but they are both, like, I think they're both going to be really better as governors here. Do we have absolutely nobody who's a particularly good commander here? You've got to be a good commander, right? Nah, you're also just a bean counter. All right, well, I guess we're going to just have to choose the best of what we got, which I think might legitimately be you. Yeah, I think it's going to be the Hisho. So Hisho, at least this guy here, is going to have like a ridiculous number of slots on his ship. And so this fleet is hopefully going to get pretty banging pretty quickly, because we can just do tons of stuff with the ship in question. So here, drop in double movement as on the ram scoops, so that way those things are really flying. And if we had antimatter, we could drop in an antimatter accelerator on the fleet. But in the meantime, H-field is fine. Like, this is not the perfect solution, but it is not a bad solution. And adamantium jammer isn't actually bad either, because this is good at keeping our hero alive. But that's the same thing with smart T repair bots. And I think that's going to be more useful. Yeah, I think that's going to be more useful. Upgrade. This guy is going to actually stay in space the entire time, so we're actually going to give this unit some real weapons to work with. You know what? I'm gonna put ion torpedoes and adamantium slugs together. Like, that's not really perfect, but because we just have the resources to dump on them, I'm okay with it. How much would it cost for us to buy 6 antimatter actually for that guy for the antimatter fleet? Yeah, actually, you know what? You talked me into it, Walker. Let's get an antimatter fleet movement thing. Oh, we can't have more than one, right? Yeah, okay. Antimatter over Iberium. Boom. So yeah, now we have enough movement that we can get over there in just a couple of turns. That is going to be really bad for the poor Sophons. Oh, Sophons, what did you do? What did you do to yourself? But we might as well buy another one of these governor heroes, honestly, because they're like, we got the cash. We got the cash. And we've got the plenty of resources to dump in here to have even more cash to buy another one. Oh, but we do want to get 4 more transvine. Oh, and blue cap mold, Walker. You forgot about your blue cap mold. You're out here selling all this stuff and depressing the cost of super spuds, and you don't even remember that you have to get blue cap mold. All right, so how much blue cap mold do we actually need for our Horatio here? We need 65. So how much would 65 blue cap mold cost us? Is that too much? No, it's not. All right, good. We're gonna get an infinite number of pops here. The more that you can press that out, the better. And here, more production. Nair is gonna get this new hero. Most of the time when you're at this point in the game where you're just like buying heroes off of the market and stuffing them in somewhere, you want to give them the colony that has like the most readily available growth, because that is what determines how quickly they're going to get experience points whenever they're a governor. Is that going to be enough for us to buy another hero? Yeah, we could buy you. I mean, you're not the best hero, but you're not the worst either. You're actually a better commander, but oh man, and you also have a terrible ship. So no, maybe we go with the other Sophon here. Or Sayers? Do you get a good bonus in the late game? Nah, we'll go with the Sophons. Double Sophon governors. Everyone loves the Sophon. They're great governors now that we've been able to buy them and stuff them into our random extra waiting arms elsewhere. And I guess we can see how much gamma absorption takes. Yeah. Are we gonna wait for hardened alloys, or are we just gonna send our ships up there? next turn. I think we actually legitimately might just start pushing our fleet up towards Sophon space. Next turn. Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen, buddy. I think that is what is gonna happen here. Oh, whoops. I forgot that we had to spend all this... We had to spend all of that dust here in Caleb in order to buy stuff locally rather than buying all of these heroes. Okay, well, we can fix that next turn. It's, oops. Whoopsie daisy. Because that really is what enormous if we can get all of those antimatter and adamantium things going. But the way the voting here is actually interesting to watch. So the way that our politics work, it is heavily skewed towards ecologists because Horatio population are naturally inclined towards supporting ecologists. But it's really only like, that's the beginning of it, because the more stuff that you build and the way that you build things are actually going to influence what sort of politics you get in your empire, in addition to what population you have. You can confirm the population distribution for your guys by just like looking on each individual species, right? Here we could potentially splice the amoeba, but honestly, like Horatio have enough population growth that the only thing we would be doing there is just removing amoeba from our planets, which I don't even hate, honestly. That's not bad. But if we weren't to do that, then we could maybe pick up remnants as a good splice instead, and then we could do remnants, amoeba, and then Sophons. Yeah, we'll do that. Wait for that direction. Stellar Strikecraft is actually really good. That would be really, really strong. We're not interacting favorably with the guys surrounding us right now, but primarily that's just because we haven't had the resources that they're looking for. They've been looking for antimatter, and then they looked for titanium when we didn't have any titanium, and then antimatter when we didn't have any antimatter. So sometimes that's the way it goes. That is sometimes the way it goes. And the price here for Super Spuds is still not great, but now we have enough resources that we can start buying out those planets that actually have good strategics for us. Looks like the price on Spuds has actually bottomed out, so we can buy all of those, all of our antimatter and adamantium out right now. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take more production. Never a bad thing there. And Lupus, I guess, could use more influence. Yeah. So another thing that influence does, in addition to like just spreading your color on the board, is that if you get it to the point where you're over one of these things, like an asteroid field, then as it says here, you get influence in order to benefit from it. So getting more influence early on in the game is actually very powerful, just not only to like claim other spaces, so that way people will have difficulty settling in your land, but also giving you that massive bonus towards picking up these things in space. So now we've unlocked the ability to make a trading system, but we still have absolutely nothing in terms of luxuries here for poor Horatio. Oh my god, absolutely nothing. I guess we could make a trade company here on Lupus. Yeah, that's not the end of the world. Alright, so Sophons are still in the area. We'll take you three over... No, we can't take all three of those over to there. We can take one imposter and then one upholder. And the upholders are upgraded with real weapons. So this is a full stack. And now this is almost a full stack, except we do need an idiot to put in charge of those guys. So let's drive off. Let's drive off the Sophons. They've got an economic behemoth here and a detector. But let's go ahead and watch this fight just to see how if Sophons actually fight us with their behemoth, because behemoths are really cool to see in action. This is an economic behemoth, so it's not a military. The power here should not be too much, but they are going to chew through some of our big ships kind of no matter what, because they're going to have a lot of weapons here. It's like really huge. Let's go to overview camera. So yeah, there's the Behemoth. And then you can even go to free camera if you want to just like, you know, zoom around and see how this single Behemoth is holding up. But one thing that is nice for us here is because we've been able to put 2 extra like entire lines onto the field, we have a pretty meaningful upgrade in terms of the damage that we're putting in on the Behemoth. Let's see if they can take out some of our ships, or if we get to take a Behemoth fight for free here. If we can kill this thing with take trophies, that would be huge, but I think we probably are going to have to take it with a second fleet. Oh, getting pretty close. How much are you down to? They're down to... It looks like they're going to just barely make it out of this fight alive, but then we have the second fleet to follow up. And you can actually attack the same fleet multiple times if it's just standing around in the same area. And that means that you probably do want your hero online before we send you into that fight, so that the experience points aren't wasted. You get a lot of experience points for blowing up a Behemoth if you can. And we have just enough to buy someone. It's the Mwanga Moto, who's not able to give the movement bonus because we don't have the slot for it, but you know what? That's okay. Not every commander is the best commander in the universe. You're good enough, I suppose. And the way we're going to make him good enough, of course, is make sure that there are 2 ram scoops on there. As long as there's 2 ram scoops, then he can make the thing move. Yeah, the Cylon, they really are a lot like the Cylons from Master of Orion. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Here, we're going to drop in... Yeah, we'll drop in the good equipment on that hero slot, just so we don't have to replace them in mid-invasion. Yeah, that's good enough. And then I don't think we need to watch this, because I think he's going to just surrender. Nope. We got to destroy it for 700 gold and 350 knowledge. All right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good if that's what you're going to do, guy. I like it. So here's a bunch of our mediums, actually. So I'm going to break off another upholder and exchange 3 tools for it. So that way we have more reasonable distribution here. We've got 4 and 5 and 6 and 3. So 4 and 5 means this is a very heavy stack on this hero that we're going to send up to the Sophon Homeworld. But if they're not prepared for it, then we might be able to just siege them down and then invade them. And I think this is fine to just guard against the attack off the Sophons here, right? They are going to be pretty scary. How do they have... Oh, those are smalls. Those are just a bunch of smalls. And then 3 mediums. Okay. All right. So what are we seeing on them? They've got medium... So this is all energy damage off of those guys, is what it looks like. So shields here would actually be really strong. And it looks like it's a lot of attackers as well. So if we upgrade our upholders to make sure that they have like maximum defensive against lasers, that's actually probably better for us, because they'll draw in more and more of the enemy laser attack there. And I guess that means we'll put Maggie lasers down, considering that if you only have the flak, then you're probably going to be suffering a little bit on the damage side at range. That's pretty good. Tools. I guess now we could potentially even drop on plasmal shielding. Yeah, we got enough Hyperium to replace these here. And I'll leave it with just slugs on that, right? Or should we do Maggie lasers? Because they're mostly laser attack on that fleet that's coming in. I'll do Maggie lasers. Yeah. So now you have just like tons and tons of laser defense against an army that's coming in with like almost entirely energy weapons, and that should help this fleet take a fight where nominally, you can see there, like nominally the strength on this fleet is a lot higher than the strength on our fleet. I'm hoping that having the massive defensive advantage is enough, because we do... How many turns are you away from us? Sophons. I don't actually know how many turns away they are from us, but we're gonna want to also have some tools to take those ships out And we've got short mediums, short mediums, short mediums. Yeah, maybe we actually put a couple of, actually, maybe we put a couple of extra artillery pieces here on the board. I wouldn't hate that. So let's actually edit up our weapon here, and we're gonna make the weapon a little more expensive for us. Anything that we add into one of these titanium slots is gonna cost more titanium. So do keep that in mind. You do not want to have 14 things that dramatically increase your titanium costs if you're going to be using a lot of the same ship that is asking for trouble. But here, I'm okay adding a couple of these in, just to make sure that this weapon fight on that ground is actually like not a catastrophe for us, because that would be pretty bad if we beefed it entirely against the Sophons this close to the finish line. I'd be mad. All right, weapon needs 2,000 to buy that one out, so I don't think we can do that one. But what if we do this one? Can we push you to the top and push you out in time? Maybe. I think that's pretty promising, actually. Experience points and vision, and we could take hull penetration here or fleet health. I actually think fleet health is pretty good. Yeah, I think fleet health is pretty good. Alright, who else is hanging out? Revealers with tons of things to explore. Revealers with tons of things to explore. Orichalcix, another one of the max things. Good. They're, like, most of the time you go ahead and you take spend a little bit of science to get another technology, except for, like, at the literal very beginning of the game. But even then, I think you mostly want to do it, because it's just really good value. Really good value. Alright, bro, listen, I'm just gonna click Auto Explore on that one, because, I think we are gonna. I think we are gonna launch that invasion of the Sophons, and then probably once we've taken their capital, I think we are gonna pause it for today. So I don't really care if these revealers are hyper efficient or not. I like mostly doing my own exploration, because I think that you're gonna do a better job than the auto thing, like 99% of the time. But here. I guess we can take miners and expanded mines. Yeah, because we really just want to keep those infinite rolls of strategic resources coming towards us. And I think that means more production too. Oh, and hacking operation. Well, you know what? We could take a hacking operation on the Sophons, on their capital, because that could be an opportunity for us to undermine their defenses locally. Yeah, that looks pretty reasonable. All right, Sophons, don't get here in one turn. If you get here in one turn and I don't have the opportunity to move the weapons in, and then you take this fight before I get an opportunity to reinforce, I'm gonna be annoyed. I'm gonna write a letter to your mom. No, absolutely not a truce. Get the hell out of here. You guys chose this fight. Oh, okay, so now we're being forced into a truce. We could refuse the treaty for 800 Imperium, or for 800 influence, though, and I think that in this case it is actually worth it. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take them out. How is there that much fight? Yeah, no, you just retreated. It's kind of what I thought. Sophons. Alright, so now we're sieging them at 112 per turn. That's not too bad. I think we're gonna launch the invasion in maybe 1 or 2 turns, but because we have those the siege weapons on the upholders, the titanium slugs, we're able to like really chew through the defenses here on Sophon's side, and that's gonna limit the number of units that they can actually put on the ground to fight against us in a ground combat. So that is pretty important here. And all our guys are going to just get ludicrous amounts of experience points because they're going on to colonies that are actually pretty well developed. But of course you can like get resources along the way as you develop those economies. It's just that like it is really, really good to get them on these big fleets and big colonies ASAP. Impactless sites is a very powerful, very, very powerful technology, just in terms of your own scaling. I guess 5 more of those. Oh, so that was not our populace. That was actually the Sophons enforcing it on us. So if you're at war for long enough with someone, they can actually like force you to come to the peace table. And you can reject it if you have enough influence saved up. But if you don't have enough, then like you just get pulled into the truce either way, which is why it's important to have a bank of influence on hand in the event that you're in a war. So that way you don't get forced to allow people to leave a war without suffering the loss of their capital. Like, bro, what do you think is happening here? Are you really going to tell me that there's absolutely nowhere for our scouts to go? That can't be true. That can't be true. That's impossible. There's no such thing as no place for those scouts to go. All right, so Oyera can still produce more. I guess we'll work on population cap, I suppose. Intergalactic, I guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter if we're working on that now. This is so crazy in terms of the lack of luxury resources. This is easily one of the most skinny built like locations I've ever seen in terms of luxury resources. It's insane. But I guess it hasn't really stopped us. It means that this is like not exactly where you want to be in terms of your economic development. So do keep that in mind. Like you should have some luxuries and then the ability to do luxury booster 3s system and infrastructure. But like despite the fact that we've now gotten down to almost ultra deep habitats, we've gotten almost everything except for that. We still haven't found anything for our guys to do. I guess we should take another level up on our invasion force. Yeah, I'll take titanium. That's fine. That's good enough. And now I'm gonna wait on selling any more strategic things, so that way if we need to buy build better military weapons, because we've only upgraded our armor once. Everything else we can still upgrade, but it costs more and more and more the more we go. I think we might have to do the titanium buy next turn. Get back some of the resources we've been selling into a frenzy. Raise the amount of dust per turn by 11,000. Like our dust per turn is almost entirely coming from just selling things. Yeah, I know the Pollux invasion has failed. That's fine. All right. Yeah, the ship is gonna get destroyed because it got by some Cravers out there. That's okay. That's okay. It is what it is. All right, Sophons. So you are here with a real fleet. Is this fight reasonable? Is this fight reasonable? I guess it'll be more reasonable if we put some real weapons on the hero. So yeah, let's put double adamantium, and then like that looks pretty reasonable. Double adamantium slugs is a lot of extra damage that they're going to be able to do there, at the very least. And these guys are, man, that's all laser damage. All laser damage. And this fleet is like almost entirely laser defense now, right? Yes, this looks like it should be a pretty easy fight for us. You know what? I'm going to assume it is. I think we'll be okay here, even though it says that we're in catastrophic trouble. Because they just have so much laser damage. Just oops all laser damage. I guess we take power to shields, actually. That's pretty good against oops all lasers. So yeah, let's take the fight like this. This looks insane. I'm just gonna auto it off, but I think that we probably will be okay. A minor defeat is not where we wanted to be. Oh boy, a minor defeat is pretty bad, actually. Because that means that now they're going to have the opportunity to follow it up. So Lupus is under siege Sophons are trying to siege that thing down faster than we can siege down their capital. This is the danger of the late game Sophons. They've made it to the point where now their technology is so far outstripping us that we need to take their capital out. I think we need to do it now. Yeah, let's sell some of those and some of those. Buy this, and now we have 40 titanium and 40 hyperium, so we can come in here, manage, click up our armor damage. And I think we're going to have to just invade. 40 versus 738. This is not enough manpower to make this actually worthwhile, so wait one more turn. So now we got to come up with how we're going to drive off those stupid big ships. They're oops all lasers. So honestly, like, these guys should do okay. They just need somebody who's also doing damage back. And that is supposed to be the Imposer. So I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let us just like let Lupus siege for one turn, because I don't think they're gonna siege this thing down that fast. 24 is not gonna be enough for them to threaten that this turn. But we might want to put someone over there who's a governor who's actually capable of defending in a military invasion, and then we're gonna have to build some more ships. It's the way it's gonna have to be. Gonna have to build some more ships because theirs are a lot better than ours. Ooh, but Calum is ready to go, so we can send some pops that way. Adana, go to Calum, send 3. And then Oyera, go to Calum, and send 3 more. Done. Alright, so there's the Craver Behemoth just kind of floating there doing Craver Behemoth stuff. You guys pass. How did they not do any damage in that fight? I guess we need a lot more missile strength to overwhelm all of their lasers, because they really aren't going to be able to block incoming missiles if they're oops all lasers. So we need even more titanium to make that happen. That's okay. That's okay. Anybody waiting on construction? Adana is waiting on construction. I guess Adana could still build tools, especially if we remove the Hyperium here. And then, well, I don't know. Do we want tools to go into a bunch of those guys, or do we want to? Well, yeah, you know what? We want to build some shells of something. So yeah, we'll build some tools. They, at the very least, we can put something on them. So where was that? Was that Oyero? That was Adana. All right, Adana. How many tools can you build? You move 3 tools. All right, sure, that's good enough. So what is Sophon going to do with their fleet here? Are they going to try to invade Lupus? Are they going to try to siege that down? If they're trying to siege that down, they are going to siege it a lot slower than we are. Yeah, it looks like they're coming actually back home. But that's okay. We'll drive off what they've got here. It's like a ring with long, long, and long. They're oops all long, so they are very fragile to anyone trying to like take the fight to the front, and we have a lot of really good stuff to take the fight to the front with, so I think Turtle should take them down. Yeah, decisive victory. Good. Should we hold over this place, or should we start the invasion right now? I'm going to click the invasion. With preemptive bombing. we do have a massive advantage in terms of armor, and so we're going to be able to do some damage to them, but because they are defending, they can draft. I'm hoping that they aren't going to be able to get back home next turn, because we might have to abandon our invasion troops here on Lanica and then have our fleet fly home in the event that the enemy fleet shows up, because you do not want to take a fight where your ships have no manpower. They're not going to do any damage. And that's pretty bad. If you have a fight where your ships do not do any damage, then you are in a lot of trouble. And I guess more influence? Sure. Yeah. Oh, Yera. Actually, how much is the cap here on Calum? It's gonna be pretty high. So yeah, you guys can send another fleet of pops out to there. And this is important when it comes to scaling those like quick colonies up in the late game. If you've got 3 extra population per turn growing in these big colonies, you might as well send the pops out. We got a bunch of tools there. We do have microwave pipes, but now we're at the point where I think sell that and sell that, and then we can probably do a couple more mediums. Yeah, we can do a couple more mediums. So we'll do an imposer here. And wait, is that the only place that has open construction? Do an upholder there. Yeah, there we go. I don't know. These guys could bounce back over to Lupus, but I think we want to wait for some more of those ships to actually get finished first. All right, so do the Sophons make it back to their homeland, or their home planet this turn or not? I don't think they do. I think they're far enough away that I think they're going to take an entire extra turn to get there, which means we got to do another ground battle. They're at protect system and they're almost out of manpower. Oh yes. All right, so we're gonna cap the Sophon Homeworld there, and then I think we will piece them out, and then I think we'll just probably hope that by taking their capital, that's enough to dissuade them from further attacks onto us, because that fleet of theirs really is scary. But knocking out their capital is just huge for your own win condition. Boom, and I guess more weapons on that fleet. Yeah, 10% extra damage can't be a bad thing. And you get, sure, more. So here we haven't really done a lot with trading companies, because we don't have any luxury resources to really work with. But when you have luxury resources, trading companies are really powerful because of the way they scale up your science and your dust and your economy. Like, just great across the board. Boom, and expanded mines. This is, so, like, for instance, we built a trade company head post here, which means that we have to build somewhere else for that company to go to. Really the only other place that we can send them, though, because we have literally 0 places with, oh god, we have absolutely no luxuries. I guess we can go to Adana, because that at least it does literally have something for us to pick up with a trade company subsidiary. But like you need to get more luxuries than this. This is the least luxuries I've ever seen. It's crazy. What can we do to improve happiness actually here in Deki? Is there anything that you can do? Ecstatic and happy doesn't do anything for you here, Walker. Infinite supermarkets is a start, but I think we're going to need to find something for approval rating for Deki. Pretty obviously. Oh, wait. No construction. Nair, work on, I guess, Skyward Dwellings, and Cephalus, work on Graviton research? Sure. Sure. Whatever you want, kid. Whatever you want. Scientific, knife, revealers. reveal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those guys are fine. So here's another important thing that like makes it cheaper to take fights early is that in the event that you take a fight and you like aren't dead, you can heal the unit in question by just bringing it back to a friendly territory and then spending gold or rather dust. That is a perfectly reasonable thing to be doing if you've got tons and tons of extra dust. And now we have Orichalcix online, so we do have tons of extra dust now. Literally the only thing that's wrong here is absolutely no luxuries, but absolutely no luxuries is a big problem. Holders, scientific, nice. All right. So, Sophons, are you gonna be able to interrupt this invasion here? I don't think they will. I think they're going down. So let's go here to Lanica and do the preemptive bombing again. We could have switched over to Blitz, but I think we were going to take control of that system either way. So whenever you take control of a system, you can occupy, you can turn them into a vassal here as a normal person, or you can raise them, but we're going to occupy it because that is, I think, our win con here for our little introduction. And then we can even truce them out. So let's see what they want to do. You guys want to take this truce here? Yeah, about time. That's what I thought, Sophons. So we were able to fight a nice little defensive war against them, defeat a couple of their fleets, but I think given the strength of this fleet in particular, that it wasn't appropriate for us to try to press out to doing any more than just taking Lanica. But that's sort of like an introduction here to Endless Space 2 here on We Play Games. I mean, if you guys want us to play the rest of this save file out in a week or two, we could. But like I want to do more introductions to specific games and have that as just like a general playlist, because I think that there are a lot of games that are really fun but probably aren't going to replace Age of Wonders 4 in terms of just like long-term coverage on the channels. But doing like introduction videos like this I think is a lot of fun, and as I mentioned, I'm looking to bully some of my real life friends into playing this game. So real life friends and people at home, that's Walker for now. But we might be back with Endless Space 2 multiplayer in the I'm gonna say mid future, but I could put it on a vote on it, Daedalus. Next week I'm definitely going to be doing something with After the End as our non Age of Wonders 4 multiplayer or single player stream. We're still going to do an Age of Wonders 4 single player, but like I want to do After the End again. But then in 2 weeks we could very well pick this one back up if